both parties, the big prize tomorrow will be Pennsylvania, not just because it has the most delegates, but because whoever wins the whole state in Pennsylvania will win 17 guaranteed delegates for the first ballot at the convention, even though all the other delegates in the state would be free to choose whoever they'd like at the convention. Right now, virtually every poll has Donald Trump ahead of Ted Cruz by close to 20 points in Pennsylvania, and he's ahead of Kasich by more than 20 points. For Republicans, Delaware and Maryland are winner-take-all, and based on the most recent poll aggregated by Real Clear Politics, Trump is leading the pack by 14 points and 37 points respectively, which means that tomorrow is going to be a very good day for Donald Trump and a sobering day for the Republican establishment. On the Democratic side, the race between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton is closer, but the fact that 4 out of the 5 states tomorrow will not allow independents to cast ballots is likely to hurt Bernie Sanders. And the only state that independents will be able to vote tomorrow in is Delaware, which is the smallest prize at 21 Democratic delegates. So it will be important that Bernie Sanders does well among registered Democrats in the much larger state of Pennsylvania, where 189 delegates are at stake. Tad Devine, a senior advisor for the Sanders campaign, told NPR last week that the campaign may be forced to reevaluate after tomorrow. But he said that for right now, they're continuing on planning the path to victory that they laid out months ago. It's a difficult race to read, and the polls have been wrong a lot during this race. But based on current polls, it's looking like Hillary Clinton will be able to expand her pledged delegate lead over Sanders tomorrow, which leaves Sanders supporters with the question of how this race would have been different if every primary had been an open primary. In South Dakota, voters in November will go a step further and decide whether they will amend that state's constitution to eliminate party labels altogether next to most candidates' names on future ballots, and to establish open primary elections with the top 2 vote getters from either, any, or any party advancing to the general election. Wouldn't this make our elections fundamentally more little d democratic for voters and candidates if we did away with partisan politics, at least at the state level, and established open primaries? Or should we consider doing the opposite, like most countries with parliamentary systems where people vote just for the party, and the party puts forth the legislators or the prime ministers? Joining me for tonight's Progressive Roundtable are Joe Madison, activist and host of the Joe Madison Show, airing weekdays 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Sirius Channel 126, and Alex Lawson, Executive Director of Social Security Works. Guys, welcome.
Thanks.
Great to have you both with us tonight. Tom. So there's really 2 issues that I brought up in this setup. One is open versus closed primaries, and the other is this proposal in, which state was it, Indiana? Whatever the state was. That they do away with with any party affiliation, Delaware, and the party affiliation next to the name. I used to think closed primaries were a good idea because if you've been in the Democratic Party for 30 years, you should have a little more say than somebody who showed up yesterday, it seems. But it seems to be working out kind of funky. And with regard to the having no D or R next to your name, or I or G or whatever, a lot of people don't have the time to really focus on politics, and they'd like to know the party affiliation.
That's too bad.
Okay.
They should be focused on politics. Politics determines, how you're born, how you die. I'm not buying that excuse. And let me tell you the problems you have with open primaries. It can cut both ways. We've heard people who have strategized, well, I'll vote for Donald Trump because I really want Donald Trump to run against Bernie Sanders or Hillary. And people run over and they vote for people just because it becomes a strategy that they can use. So you got to be very, very careful. Now, I must admit it, and here in Washington, D.C., at one time I had registered as an independent. I couldn't vote in the primary. And we know most primaries do what? Often determines the winner. So I'm not 100% certain that it's the best thing to do. I guess what bothers me is if you're running for president of the United States, come on, you know what the rules are. And you run a campaign, you prepare, you prep to run that campaign. So we'll see what happens, after the convention. But none of this is going to make any difference until after the election, anyway.
You're right. Might the dynamic, though, of be different if we lived in a country where, say, 45% of Americans were Democrats, 45% were Republicans, and 10% were confused in the middle, independent, whatever.
We live in a country where more people vote for voice and some reality show than they do for their politician.
Yeah, well, but that's my point. The largest political party right now in the United States is none of the above. And shouldn't those people have an opportunity to participate in the Democratic or Republican parties, even if it's a closed primary where you can change your registration the same day? My big concern is like New York. You had to know back in October which primary you wanted to vote in.
Well, and I think that was a problem. I'm a proponent of same-day registration. Yeah. I think it's antiquated, to do it otherwise. I think people should be able to go in and register to vote and then be able to vote that same day.
Okay. I agree. The key to me is the registration. There is a case to be made for both opening up all primaries or keeping them closed. I think we all somewhat have our favorite. I would probably like to see one national primary day that is a holiday for people so that folks who are working can also go, or a series of weekend primaries where the same state is never first 2 cycles in a row or something like that. But that's very complicated and I think would take a lot of tinkering. So if I were to say after this cycle, what I think people could focus on, it would be registration. Mm-hmm. It would be making sure that the same day, if you literally decided the day of, based on something that you saw or read that day, that you wanted to cast your ballot, you should be able to do that. Because in America, the more people who are enfranchised, the more people who are participating in our democracy, the stronger we are. So I think that goal makes a lot of sense to me, of trying to get more people involved in the process.
An old politician, a wise politician once said to me, overnight can be a lifetime to a politician, because you reminded me of that when you said in this media-driven society where, it's instant. Something can be said the day before or 2 days before that can trigger a person or an individual who wants to go and
Sure.
and vote. So I think the mistake that a lot of candidates make, and having been a candidate for public office at least on 2 occasions in Detroit, is the sad thing is most candidates tend to focus on those who are already voting. They don't do voter registration. I made this point on my show. One of the successes of Jesse Jackson, he had large crowds. Oh, how well I remember, because I was doing voter registration for the NAACP, and we made it a habit to follow his campaign. Now, we couldn't endorse him, but he would always, in his large campaigns, in his large, rallies, he would always end with, how many of you are not registered to vote at this rally? And he would have people on his staff who would register people to vote right there at the rally. Most politicians don't bother to do that.
Yeah, and tragically, down in Florida, they passed a law that if you help somebody register, if you help them fill out the form or even just hand them
That's
a form,
right.
and anything is wrong on that form, you go to jail. This is why the League of Women Voters stopped doing voter registration.
Well, that was the Koch brother voter registration, Alex voter suppression effort, and it caught on, and it didn't happen until, of course, after 2008, and it was an attempt to once again particularly stop minorities from being able to register and vote.
So with regard to open and closed primaries, have we achieved a consensus here that a closed primary in principle or functionally, in other words, you have to declare I'm a Democrat or Republican and then you can vote in it, is a good thing because it keeps the party together, but being able to, but having to register months in advance is a bad thing because a lot of people are just now discovering the candidates.
I would agree with that. I think you're absolutely right. Look what happened to Donald Trump's children. I mean, they couldn't even vote for their dad.
Exactly. And the flip side of it is I remember living in Michigan, I think it was 68, we sent George Wallace, the Democrat.
I was in Michigan when George Wallace won.
And it was because of Republican crossover messing with us in the primary.
And also now let's be also honest.
A lot of white racists.
You had a lot of transplants from Alabama who worked in the auto factories.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the whole law and order element, and we're talking 3 years after the Detroit riots and the whole white flight. So it was a combination of a few things.
Yeah, but the open, generally the open primary is more blamed on that.
In some cases, you're right.
Because my dad was real into politics back then, and he was just,
And he voted for Wallace?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
No, he was just freaking out about how the Republicans were encouraging their own people to vote in the Democratic primary.
Yeah,
he just thought that was wrong. I mean, he was a Republican, thought it was wrong. It's like, so anyhow, we have about 10 seconds.
Agnostic on open or closed primaries. I've heard cases to be made on both sides, but on same-day registration and making it easier for people to vote, I think that needs to be the goal of the left.
Absolutely, and hopefully the right too. I mean, the grassroots of all of us. More of tonight's Progressive Roundtable after the break.
Stop playing with my name.
Let's go right on in.
Nigga, when my name come up, respect it.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my name. All three of y'all, stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Cam on stage. I really thought the Birdman stuff was over, man. He got roasted on the internet. It's funny because he was like really trying to be hard on the Breakfast Club a couple of days ago, and the internet was immediately like, no. You won't put some respect on my name, I'll cheer y'all. And the internet has pretty much been roasting him incessantly ever since. But my favorite group of all time, as far as covers go, the Hamiltons have far outdone the internet by taking his rant and turning it into a quartet song.
Whoa, I want you to put it out, put some respect on it. Listen, when you say my name, put some respect on it. I ain't playing with y'all, put some respect on it. And I ain't gonna say it, no more. Listen, now I could have pulled up, put some respect on it. But that ain't gangsta, put some respect on it. I wanna look in your face, put some respect on it. I ain't gonna say, and I ain't gonna say it no more. Oh, are we finished? Put some respect on it. Or is we done? Oh, put some respect on it. Oh, three of y'all, put some respect on it. And I ain't gonna say it, and I ain't gonna say it no more.
This has done my heart glad. Birdman, the internet doesn't care about you. It doesn't respect you. You look like a child. I'm not gonna say no more. Though I'm a child and I may not know very much. That's what you look like, Birdman. You're supposed to be a gay. You got tattoos on your face. You look like you're about to cry. You and your friends walk down the single file line. Roll out, Birdman crew. Ah! They literally are the Angry Birds. That's what they are. And Charlamagne, DJ MV, Angela Yee are the pigs. We showed you. Respect my name. But anyway, I love this about the internet because the harder you try to look, the funnier your memes are. Like, I think children are no longer afraid of Birdman 5-star. What happened to that boy? By the way, shipping is free right now in the Come On Stage store with the code WOOSH. Very close to worship. I will see you tomorrow on Snapchat, Come On Stage later today, on Periscope, Come On Stage later today, because I am on social media all the time and I need a break, and somebody please stop me from myself, and I'm really losing it.
What's up, everybody? It's Kev on Stage. Come subscribe to my YouTube page. Don't you be bitter. Just follow me on Twitter. What's up, everybody? It's Kev on Stage. Come subscribe to my YouTube page. Don't you be bitter. Just follow me on Twitter. Kev on Stage, Kev on Stage. Come subscribe to my YouTube page. Kev on Stage, Kev on Stage. Come subscribe to my YouTube page.
Let's try making sense out of the latest developments on the North Korea front and speculate what must be going on the ground in the reclusive state. We have a special guest in the studio with us tonight, Dr. Suzanne Schulte, the U.S. chairwoman of the North Korean Freedom Coalition and president of the Defense Forum Foundation. Suzanne Schulte, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, I know that you're here for the North Korea Freedom Week. Tell us a little bit about that and why you're here.
When we've had it in Washington, D.C. and in Seoul. When we've had it in Washington, D.C., we've had congressional hearings, visits with the President of the United States, rallies on Capitol Hill, protests at the Chinese embassy. And then here in South Korea, we're having it in South Korea this week to basically prepare for unification and regime collapse, which we believe is imminent if we do the right things. So that's the focus this week, is the role the defectors will play in unification.
So if we do the right things, you said, what are those right things?
Okay. Well, there's the only thing that is keeping Kim Jong-un in power is three things. Number one is the lack of support for the defectors in doing the work that they can.
I gotta get some tea. Always messing in other people's countries. Who gives you the right to go in and do whatever you want? My. R-E-S-P-C-K. I want some respect.
Raise your arm.
A little respect, just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-K. Tell me what you want today. A little respect, just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-K. A little respect, just a little bit. Birdman, just a little bit. Hey, just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-K. Hey, just a little bit. Just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-K. All right, Birdman, let's continue.
Do to get information and change in North Korea. And I say that because the defector NGOs are the most affected of getting information in North Korea, reaching out to the people of North Korea, and changing the attitudes of the people in North Korea, and yet they get very little support. But the final thing is, there's no internal opposition inside North Korea. That regime would have been gone if there had been an internal opposition, if the people in North Korea felt there was an alternative to Kim Jong-un, because the situation in North Korea has changed so much. The people are so much better informed. They have so much more knowledge about the outside world. They know that the regime has lied to them, but they still don't see an alternative. So one of the goals during North Korea Freedom Week is that all the sessions that we're having all this week, we're broadcasting every night into North Korea so that they can understand that their enemy is Kim Jong-un, not South Korea, not the United States. And we want to work with them for their freedom and their human rights. And so that's, to me, key to bringing about.
Some low-life bastards, man. Always going into everybody else's.
Was North Korea's latest submarine missile launch a success or a failure? Well, opinions remain divided. While most have written it off as yet another failure for the reclusive state, a few other experts are saying the test may have gone exactly as Pyongyang had hoped and planned. Our defense correspondent Kim Hyun-bin explains why the mixed reviews.
An expert on North Korea's missile program believes Pyongyang's short-lived launch of a submarine-launched ballistic missile last Saturday does not necessarily signal a failure. In an article published by 38 North, a U.S.-based North Korea monitoring website, expert John Schilling pointed out that the missile is accelerated well past the speed of sound. Pyongyang claimed the test was a success, but many experts labeled it a failure since it only flew about 30 kilometers. Schilling said the short launch may have been part of the plan, and looking at the blast and color of the fumes released, the North may have tweaked this technology after repeated failures with liquid fuel engines.
There's a possibility Pyongyang switched to solid fuels. They are relatively easier to maintain and manage through harsh conditions. There are advantages to using them in missiles loaded in submarines that have long operation times.
He said the solid fuel design is still in the earliest stages of testing, but it could make the development process easier. And he warned that North Korea's SLBMs could pose a real threat to the U.S. and its allies by 2020. However, the Pentagon says it is still assessing the latest test, which it views as a provocation that only serves to destabilize the Korean Peninsula. Hyun-bin, Arirang News.
The ocean and the bay just came in a matter of seconds. Water just rose from 1 feet to 8 feet in some parts. We did not evacuate, and that was a mistake. I received a letter 2 years after the storm from FEMA stating that I owed them approximately $5,000. I'm on a fixed income because of my disability, so I was confused, as many people that started to get these letters were. Every day we wake up, it's just another letter. If you don't pay us back within 30 days, we will begin to garner your wages. We will send your information to the IRS. I am just one voice of many that are trying to get FEMA to listen to us, that they need to change their policies, that we aren't just numbers. You need to protect your citizens and not screw up their lives any more than we've been screwed up by the storm.
Captain of the SS Minnow.
As the rain abates, the rally could come off. Nitesh Shah, ETF Securities. Crop markets got off to a good start on Monday following big drops on Friday as investors cashed in on recent gains. Do you think this rally will be short-lived?
Well, I think the rally was driven a little bit by short covering and a bit of reaction to weather news regarding rain in the US. I think as the rain abates, the rally could come off, especially as the planting of corn, for example, is already ahead of schedule before the rain delay. So yes, I do think there is potential for the rally to come off.
Now, you mentioned that U.S. weather forecasts for widespread rain this week raised concerns over planting delays. In your opinion, once the farmers get back in the fields, could planting and output get back on track?
corn planting so far has already gone off to a good start, save the rain delays that we may get this week. So once the rain abates, I think there's plenty of potential to get back on track. On top of that, looking at sort of the prospective planting, farmers had intended to plant more corn this year than last year, and it would end up being the third largest planting for corn on record. So it looks like there's going to be plenty of corn crop around. With wheat, about sort of 9% less wheat was sown this year compared to last year. However, that's in the context of wheat stocks remaining quite elevated and global wheat supplies remaining quite ample. So I don't think there's any sort of big reason for the grains to necessarily rally that much more from this point.
And what is your 6 to 12 month outlook for the price of wheat and corn?
So wheat is coming out of one of the worst El Niños on record, or one of the most severe El Niños on record, based on some metrics. But that's likely to turn into a La Nina in the second half of the year, and the probability, according to NOAA, is about 70% for El Nino to develop in the autumn and winter of 2016 in the northern hemisphere. Now, this weather phenomenon, La Nina, is the opposite to El Nino in that it involves a cooling of the Pacific Ocean, which has weather implications for a number of countries, typically involving most areas becoming a little cooler and wetter than they would normally be. Now that could be quite good for the growing of a lot of grains. So in the US, for example, it should help promote snow, and that should be good for retaining moisture for the next winter wheat crop. And in South America, cooler temperatures could be quite good for soybean and corn growing. It reduces the risk of droughts. So with that in mind, if the La Nina does develop, we're likely to see favorable conditions to promote the growing of grains, which were priced negative.
Well, thank you, Nitesh, for sharing your insight with us. Well, that is all for the moment. We'll be back with another Commodities Corner on Thursday. But in the meantime, stay with us on Dukes Copy TV.
We'll talk very objectively with you about risk. It's one of the things that I think sets us apart. Everyone here is trained to discuss it. All we do are futures, so you're not going to get someone here who doesn't know what they're talking about in terms of margin or anything like that. All right. My name's Patrick Seelbauer. I'm an AP or associated person of Infinity Futures. Been working here for about 12 years. And
we're safer than we've ever been, and yet we feel more insecure than we ever have. How can that possibly be? If you look at our life expectancies, vulnerability to disease, probability of dying through violent conflict, any major statistical risk to human life is at an all-time low, and the expectancy and health in human life is at an all-time high. Yet at the same time, our collective consciousness constantly feels under duress, under threat. Why is that? Well, the information sharing about the regionalized conflicts and the regionalized terrorist events that happen every day on the planet never used to be shared before. It's not that there hasn't been violence for the past 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 years of human life. It's that there wasn't a news media and internet infrastructure to share the video about it. And our brains are wired to share anecdotal stories about individuals. And we hear one story about one individual, and we immediately assign that possibility, that risk to ourselves, even though the probability of it occurring to us is actually at an all-time low. So when you feel that you are at risk because of the content that you are consuming on the internet or on TV, remind yourself that in order to feel safer, all you need to do is to turn off that screen and take a walk around the block.
Breakfast Club.
Charlamagne, that nigga torture you, boy. Told you, pussy. I mean, beat the fuck out you. Nigga beat that fuck, man. That nigga torture you, boy. Told you, pussy. I mean, beat the fuck out you. Nigga beat that fuck.
It's DJ MV Angela Yee, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club.
Right, Dilla was in New York all weekend. He had shows here.
Sold out shows.
Yeah, I got tickets to him.
Did you go?
How you went? So you
Nah, I
finally
got
went.
tickets to give him somebody else.
Why?
I just wasn't
I feel like you would like Bryson Tiller.
I probably would like Bryson. I just didn't feel like going out this weekend. I mean, it was more entertaining to be home this weekend than actually be in the street. You can sit at home all day and watch Birdman memes. The Beyonce special came on.
Yep.
Triple G fought this weekend and Chocolito fought this weekend.
Game of Thrones is back.
I don't watch Game of Thrones.
You need to watch it.
But it was, I mean, it was a great weekend.
Playoffs.
The playoffs was a great weekend to be in the house. Who needed to be out in these streets?
China's most valued internet company, Ant Financial, just completed a fresh funding round. It raised $4.5 billion from new and existing investors, making it the world's largest private fundraising for any internet company. That gives it a valuation of roughly $60 billion. What is Ant Financial? Ant Financial is a financial technology company. It draws its name, Ant, from its focus on serving small businesses. It provides the technology so customers on China's largest e-commerce site, like Taobao, can make purchases. It's a bit like PayPal, but offers a lot more features. It runs an online money market fund, an internet bank, as well as wealth management products. Today, Ant Financial has more than 450 million annual active users. Ties to Alibaba. Ant Financial has grown out of the online payment business of Alibaba Group known as Alipay. Alipay is widely used to make transactions. Everything from online shopping to taxi rides and to buying groceries. It was spun off from its parent before its record $25 billion IPO in New York in 2014. It operates some products linked with Alibaba's e-commerce and online marketplace businesses. Ant Financial has also teamed up with Alibaba on a number of investments, such as a Chinese food delivery app. Big money is getting behind Ant Financial, and this deal sets the stage for China's biggest ever financial technology IPO.
Scientists are trying to look through the eyes of a shark so they can understand why some can glow. There are two species of cat sharks that use biofluorescence, the chain cat shark and the swell shark. But no one can say for certain why these sharks sometimes give off a green light. So researchers with the American Museum of Natural History developed a camera that essentially mimics the way a shark eye sees. Cat sharks live deep underwater where there is mostly only blue light. Researchers found that the sharks can only see in the blue and green spectrums. Under the natural low light, the sharks blend in with their surroundings, but through the lens of the shark eye camera, they glowed a bright green, making them really stand out in their environment, which leads scientists to believe cat sharks' glow may help potential mates find each other. However, right now that's just a guess, and experts say they need to know more before they can determine exactly why cat sharks and other fish glow. For Newsy, I'm Matt Moreno.
Republican presidential candidate Ted Cruz was confronted by an angry Donald Trump supporter in Indiana Monday, who accused Cruz of rigging the system.
We haven't even voted at a local level yet. So how can you justify that, and how can you say that you are not an establishment candidate?
A lot of the beef that woman, later identified as Kathy Heil, had with Cruz had to deal with Colorado. Cruz was awarded all the delegates there, but through a process where delegates themselves were elected. Soon after, Trump accused Cruz of rigging the vote.
They weren't given a vote. This was given by politicians. It's a crooked deal.
The problem was Donald Trump and his campaign said that no vote was cast in Colorado. 65,000.
Indiana.
Trump has also accused the delegate process in Indiana of being fixed, after it was found only 2 of the 57 delegates personally identified as Trump supporters. That could matter a lot. If no Republican candidate gets a majority of the delegates at the national convention during the first round of voting, delegates have more freedom in the second round to vote how they personally choose.
Never once was anyone asked what candidate that they would stand for. Really what we look for is we look for their political experience. Are they a Republican in good standing with the party?
Back to Cruz's confrontation with Kathy Heil.
Cruz told her that each state makes its own rules for how delegates are chosen and awarded. Heil also accused Cruz of not being a natural-born citizen, and Cruz alleged that if this confrontation had happened to Trump instead, he would have threatened violence. For Newsy, I'm Ryan Beek.
In other words, he ain't a natural-born citizen.
Hi guys, Shaquita Graham here from TechCo.com. So last Tech Buzz, I talked about how people were using technology as a way to promote racism through games and apps and things like that. So in this video, I'm presenting the flip side about how people in the Black community are using technology as a tool to solve problems in the Black community and to create avenues and opportunities in the Black community. So let me get to it. The first app I'm going to talk about is called Shipmate, which is really cool because 4 guys got together, 3 from Nigeria and 1 from Ghana. They came together and created this app that basically is a peer-to-peer delivery service. So think about Uber for packages. So this is a way for products, individuals that buy products online can get them delivered through homebound travelers, people who are going to Nigeria and Ghana. So the end goal is to create affordable and fast international delivery. So that was a really great app to come up with, and it looks like it's doing well. The other technology I want to highlight that solves problems in the Black community was created by 2 South African women. And what they've done is they have recycled plastic bags to make reflective school bags that turn into lights when the sun goes down. And this allows children from homes without electricity to study after dark and to be visible to traffic as they walk home from school. I think that could be used even here in America. So basically they have backpacks that have a solar panel in them, and at night when the sun goes down, the backpacks light up so they can be seen. You know, they can make it, the child more visible, and it also can be utilized as a light inside homes that in places where they're struggling with electricity, like in certain places in South Africa and things like that. And then they're recycling bags in order to create them, which is cleaning up trash in the country. So that was awesome. Then you have a young man who created an app called Grease Monkey that basically saves time and money when your car breaks down. It's an automotive app that connects drivers with small businesses that maintain and repair cars. So basically your car's broke down, you use this app to see, get the details about auto shops in your location. You can find out things like, you know, how much they're charged, set an appointment. You can send them images of your vehicle and things like that, so that you can basically have the information you need to make a good decision in the middle of an emergency to find someone to help you with your car. So again, these are ways that, you know, Black people have taken the resource of technology and turned it into a tool to provide solutions for our community. And that is why I came up with the TechCo.com. Introduce your children to technology through some of the programs we have there. And then I have a TechCo.teachable.com, which will help people who are interested in a career in technology navigate that landscape. So I hope to see you guys at TechCo.com. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Kaiser Report. I'm Max Kaiser. I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. So said Harriet Tubman. I'm going to throw it out at Stacy. Hey, Stacy, what's up?
Well, we're going to look at some headlines in which we are slaves to this system of debt
Well, speaking of slaves, you know, Boris Johnson, Bojo, recently he said that Barack Obama hates British people because of the fact that he's Kenyan, of Kenyan extraction, and goes back to the colonial power of Britain, and therefore he's got some built-in animosity. Let me just explain to Boris Johnson that that's only one of many reasons why Barack Obama and Americans, as a general rule, hate Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson is American as well, so.
Well, he's a self-hating American. He's American.
Well,
So
we're all colonized by the policies of his party, the Tories. And this is Tories' £9,000 tuition caps fee branded a failure as leaked paper claims many universities aren't worth the cash. So this is a leaked paper from the Department of Business Innovation and Skills. It's not actually quite leaked, but some guy from the BIS, as they call it, was walking into number 10 or the chancellor's office with this in his hand, and some photographer took a photo of it, and then they read it.
What's it say? What is it?
So basically it says that the document photographed outside Downing Street appears to admit the sorry state of education less than 4 years after the fees tripled to £9,000. What it says is it's in a damning indictment of what critics call creeping privatization. It said, quote, price competition hasn't emerged. In fact, price is a mark of quality, so no one will lower their fees. And it added, higher education across the spectrum do not offer the quality and intensity of teaching we expect for £9,000. So remember when they tripled the fees to £9,000, the government said, well, this is only for the elite universities that we expect to charge £9,000, but all universities, no matter how dodgy, have charged essentially £9,000, because if they only charge £4,000 or £5,000, the consumer would think, well, that's not as good as the £9,000 university.
Right. Well, to keep on this theme of why people hate Boris Johnson or David Cameron or George Osborne, the chancellor, this is an effect of the debt. Osborne doubled the debt in this country. That's £1.6 trillion now, thereabouts. And whether it's this dodgy top-up fee for universities, or it's the NHS, which is having now the junior doctors go on strike, or it's the shambolic failure of all the transportation systems in this country, it's all part and parcel of the same problem, is that they need to pay off that debt that Osborne keeps increasing. So they're willing to destroy the fabric of their society, in this case, the education system, to feed the overall national debt, which continues to go up. And it's not an individual issue. People make the mistake, like the junior doctors think that they have an issue that's separate somehow from this debt issue, but it's not.
I'm not actually sure that they want to pay off the debt. And I think they want to encourage more debt, because I think more debt also makes you more helpless and you more compliant and more obedient, but it also increases their GDP, and they get to extract the people who push the debt, who issue the debt, become wealthier and wealthier. That's why the wealth and income gap is growing, because more and more people are, the ordinary person is in debt.
Totally agree. The top financiers rentiers are getting rich off the escalating debt. That is the opposite of austerity.
Rentiers need debt. That's the whole system. This is the system here. It's a financial.
So this education item, or the junior doctor strike, feeds into the same basic problem. I wish all these different disparate groups would get together and attack the one single problem that is the umbrella problem for all their problems.
So here we have this situation where you're getting, by their own measures, not a very good education for £9,000 in the United States. Remember, when the financial crisis began, it began because of subprime mortgage meltdown. Remarkably, that's still a problem. And here's the headline. This says, still not deleveraging American homeowners. The Federal Housing Finance Agency has finally announced a program to reduce principal balances of distressed home mortgages held by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac 8 years into the foreclosure crisis. Too little, too late would be an understatement to describe this initiative. According to the agency's announcement, they expect about 33,000 homeowners to be eligible to have their mortgage debt reduced to the value of their homes. According to Zillow Negative Equity Report, more than 6 million homeowners have mortgage debt exceeding the value of their home, and almost a third of all homeowners are effectively underwater, meaning that their equity is less than 20% of the home value, making it difficult to sell or refinance.
Right, and who was one of the architects of this catastrophe? Goldman Sachs, who not only sold dodgy mortgages and then to their own clients then made bets against their own clients to benefit from their collapse, and then lied through their teeth to all the regulators. They were just penalized by essentially a slap on the wrist for no kind of meaningful damages whatsoever.
Yeah, but these homeowners are still slaves to these. You're even more of a slave to the debt when you're in negative equity. So there's no way out. There's no way to move to where the jobs are. There's no way to escape this huge home that is a burden
But
on
these people were sacrificed for Lloyd Blankfein. Lloyd Blankfein became a billionaire over these dead bodies, over these poor, starving people. These are the new Iroquois of America, the new, Cheyenne. They're being forced into extinction.
So this article looks at the actual data, the amount, the trillions of dollars still missing from the U.S. economy. Aggregate value of homes in the U.S. rose from $10.9 trillion in 1998 to $28.3 trillion in 2006, and then declined to $19.5 trillion by the beginning of 2012, recovering somewhat in the past 3 years. This 1/3 decline in home values was not accompanied by a 1/3 decline in mortgage debt. Residential mortgage debt peaked at $10.6 trillion in 2006 and then declined to $9.5 trillion by the end of 2012, just a 10% easing. So as you see, the house prices are down 30%, mortgage debt is down just 10%. So despite all of those, huge press conferences with Obama and Eric Holder and all the banks that they agreed to make these mortgage write-downs or, pay billions of dollars in fines, and the notion that everything is just fine. In fact, there's still a huge negative equity problem in America, and this is part of the reason why things like the gasoline price collapsing has not done anything. Everybody's looking at it. Economists are all mystified about what's going on. Why are people not consuming more? Because despite the collapse in the gasoline price. And of course, it's because they're slaves to this underwater debt that they have.
Well, look where the richest zip codes are in America. It would be in Greenwich, Connecticut, and around the financial center of Wall Street, and around Washington, D.C. So you've got the media center in New York. Of course, they're not going to report on themselves bilking Americans. And then you have the defense contractors and the regulators around Washington, D.C., who are crony capitalists and corruption. They're not going to report on this either.
So these 6 million homeowners, well, they're going to help. America has decided, the government has decided they're going to help 33,000 of them. We don't know who they're going to be, but 6 million are not being helped. They're going
to sign a treaty with them and put them on a reservation in North Dakota?
No, they should take a page out of Prince's book and put slave on their face and write slave until they're no longer underwater. So let's move on to the next headline, talking about enslavement. Here we have incarceration in the United Kingdom. This is a new bill going, a new proposal from the UK government. UK plows ahead with plan for 10-year jail term for online file sharing. The UK government has confirmed that it wants to bring in legislation increasing the maximum sentence for online copyright infringement to 10 years of imprisonment, despite widespread objections and doubts about its feasibility. Of course, here is an austerity smashed population, having everything, all of their vital services cut. Their taxes have not gone down to reflect that. But here they're saying, well, we're going to bring in this new legislation whereby we're going to incarcerate for 10 years, which, a back of the envelope calculation, that's 200,000 pounds. So somebody downloads a song without paying for it. And maybe that reflects 10p to the UK economy, but you, the taxpayer, is going to pay 200,000 pounds to incarcerate this person for 10 years.
Well, you're right in calling this a story about imprisonment. This is the prison industrial complex. This will add to Britain's GDP by putting a lot of British people in jail. And also, let's remind ourselves that the right to copy something is codified in documents like America's Constitution under fair use. So they're essentially taking fair use rights, and they're taking the public domain, which we have access to as a part of our birthright of humans, criminalizing it to boost the prison business.
Yeah, but also here, all these politicians here are saying, "Oh, Barack Obama, stay out of our backyard. We don't want you, U.S. We don't want you, U.S." And then on the ground, they're actually like, "Whatever you want, U.S. We're going to lock up our population for 10 years."
Yeah, it's like Downton Abbey. The staff. When they're downstairs smoking cigarettes, they slam, the tops to live upstairs. And that's the entire nation of Britain. They're constantly slamming America like, oh, I can't believe they're going to harmonize our intellectual property laws and put us all in jail to make them rich. Oh my God. And then they go back upstairs and says, tea and crumpets, sir? Yes, sir. May I help you? Would you correct?
Now, and to put this into context about how bad it could be is, retroactive application of these sort of laws, because remember, GCHQ, which is the equivalent of NSA here, has been gathering every single email, every single movement, every single thing you do on your computer at home. So they have all the data of all the stuff you've already downloaded. They might not be prosecuting you yet, but in the US this happened. Secret court takes another bite out of the Fourth Amendment. Defenders of the NSA's mass spying have lost an important talking point that the erosion of our privacy and associational rights is justified, given the focus of surveillance efforts on combating terrorism and protecting the national security. That argument has always been dubious for a number of reasons, but after a November 2015 ruling by the secretive Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court was unsealed this week, it's lost another chunk of its credibility. The ruling confirms that NSA's warrantless spying has been formally approved for use in general criminal investigations. The national security justification has been entirely blown. So the secret court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, has said that the FBI, local police are allowed to search the database because the original intent is an exceptional, national security issue. But now that the data has been gathered, they're allowed to look at anything for anything you've done over the past 10 years that in emails or whatever.
Yeah, this is in a nation that's dominated by pedophiles. So now you've got a GCHQ, which is similarly dominated, looking at everybody and, playing with themselves. Well, they should open a sperm bank to go with this initiative and sell the sperm off in a secondary market and make some extra cash.
But in terms of the slavery issue, we're also enslaved by everything that we are as human beings, everything we do in private, everything. We don't know if it's going to be criminalized. For example, it's not a criminal offense at this moment to download something illegally, but other than a civil offense. So now they want to make it a criminal offense. But here, everything about your past, everything that they've been collecting in the name of national security is now to be used against you. That there's nothing that you've done as a normal human being in the privacy of your own home that might be criminalized one day if you don't decide to go 9,000 pounds into debt for a dodgy degree.
Neo-feudalism. That's what they do great here. Feudalism. The whole World War II thing was an anomaly. Anyway, we gotta go. Pot it up.
Tea and crumpets.
Oh, fantastic. Well, stay tuned for the second half. A whole lot more. Welcome back to the Kaiser Report. I'm Max Kaiser. Time now to turn to co-founder and chief product officer of ClearChat, Andy Johnson. Andy, welcome to the Kaiser Report.
Thanks for having me, Max.
All right, now I'm glad you reached out to us with ClearChat because it's a booming tech story. You've got it's a U.S. company, but you're their man in the UK.
Correct. Yep.
And we like to showcase this type of entrepreneurialism. And so ClearChat, the way it's kind of being described out there in the techosphere. I noticed that TechCrunch has a headline here. ClearChat picks a heavily encrypted fight with Slack. Okay, so you guys have an encrypted version, you could say, of Slack, and Slack is now a huge success. It's a, how would you describe Slack?
I mean, it's the fastest growing startup of all time. It's now valued at $4 billion. They raised another $200 million a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, and it's collaborative. Online collaboration, essentially.
Yeah, I think teams have spoken. They don't like communicating by email. They like live chat. They can have an app where they can see all their team members. They can drag and drop people into groups, share files. It's just a hell of a lot more easy than email.
Right. So the Slack it's a huge success story. You're saying it's worth $4 billion. Now you guys come along, and the word, of course, is disruption, because in this business, everything is disrupting everything, and it's happening at an accelerated pace. I think part because the cost of digital entrepreneurialism is continuing to drop. The price of storage and processing and engineering is always going down. So you have a chance to do all this. So you guys are basically an encrypted version of Slack, right?
Encrypted, fully authenticated, and fully trustless. Encrypted, pretty self-explanatory.
Right.
Authenticated is the hard one. So the methodology is encryption is easy, authentication is hard. So anyone can encrypt sort of anything, right? But if you have the decryption keys right there, it's useless. Authenticated means you can trust the algorithms and the math behind the encryption that person X has sent person Y the file, and it hasn't been intercepted.
So what form does the authentication take? Is it, how does that exactly, how do you know that's being authenticated?
Our Chief Technology Officer, Jonathan Warren, coded all the authentication into the app, and we also have a verification system as well, because when you invite people to the app, due to its case of simplicity, you have to put in an email address to get a sign-up token, but a hacker could effectively get the sign-up token before you and sort of jump on the app when the company's signing up to it. That's why we have the verification process. So if I invite you to our fake ClearChat team or whatever, I type in your email address, it sends you a sign-up token, you download the app, put in your sign-up token, boom, you're into the team, we can start chatting. But what happens if, for example, Stacy got to your emails before you and used a sign-up token and posed to be Max Keiser? That's when I would phone you or meet with you or anything like that and say, is this ClearChat address yours? And you would verify, and then we'd have the blue check mark, and that's the authentication.
Okay, so you've got this massive authentication and encrypted platform for collaborative development on the web. You know, this whole area of encryption is a huge area. And one question I want to ask is the whole Edward Snowden episode, if you will, that was all based on his ability to send encrypted messages and to report on the fact that what's happening at these intelligence services was against the law and against the Constitution and against all the governing principles that these countries have. Are companies like yours kind of in the wake of a post-Snowden world where encryption now is becoming a huge topic? And also to kind of fit in there, the Apple computer has this encryption with the, the FBI wanted to get into their phones. Exactly. Is this a post-Snowden reality, or would it have happened without Snowden?
I mean, I think it would have come out anyway. So the whole hacking thing is just a huge thing that's about to blow up even bigger.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they say that by 2019, businesses will be losing $2.1 trillion globally a year due to hacks, spoofing attacks, phishing attacks. Last year, it was estimated to be between $400 and $500 billion. So we're nearly going into the trillions of losses just by hacks.
And this is with companies having very strong encryption, like an Apple computer and these other computers. They're moving towards stronger and stronger encryption. Not to do so would only lose more money to hackers, right?
Yeah, theoretically. But I mean, the White House was hacked. The Pentagon was hacked. Phishing attacks on emails. You see it every day. Yesterday, the Mexican government were hacked and 80 million Mexican citizens' addresses were revealed. It's a terrible problem that...
I think Indonesia just was hacked for tens of millions of dollars.
I mean, it's definitely getting worse. Like in the first week of 2016, the Ukraine power grid was hacked and 1/3 of the country got taken down just like that, just from people behind their computers. It's insane. And it's a huge growing problem.
Right, but giving the backdoor keys to the government as they request, it seems like that would make the situation on balance worse.
I mean, they say that there can never be a backdoor just for the good guys. If you build a backdoor for the Fed, what happens if the Fed's hacked? You know, if you build any sort of backdoor, it can never be used just for the good guys. That the bad guys will always be able to get in. So the solution is simply to have no backdoor. So with ClearChat, we have 0 backdoors. If we wanted to view customer data, which I guess we can, it would all just be garbage to us. We wouldn't be able to decipher it or read it or anything.
So let's talk a little bit about the business. So already it's kind of got some traction, right? You've got how many corporate customers? Or?
So we launched on TechCrunch 3 weeks ago. We've already got 500 companies signed up, including 5 publicly traded companies testing the app. We have a couple of thousand of users. So generally 5 to 6 people on average at each of the 500 companies signed up so far. Everyone's getting it for free at the moment. We're still in a price discovery phase. And yeah, we're just gaining some traction. We're really throwing it out there hard at Slack. And
Right, I see that. You really put the Slack, there's got a target on it.
Yeah.
They're worth, you're saying, billions of dollars. So this is, there's certainly, I guess, room for encrypted product out there. And what about this argument you hear from people like Theresa May, who's, she's, I guess, the Home Secretary, or she's in the cabinet, right? And she's saying that, well, if you've got nothing to hide, then you got nothing to fear.
That's absurd, because there's lots of sort of people in government that don't understand technology, and they throw out things like, let's ban encryption. That would just be ridiculously stupid. For example, that would be having a shopping mall with no security guards, no staff, no CCTV cameras. Theoretically, people could just leave money on the counter, but it'd be so easy to steal stuff. And that's what would happen with the global economy. People's bank accounts would be hacked every single minute of every single day. It would just be crazy. Whenever you pay for something with credit card details online, there'd be a risk of millions of hackers just getting that information if encryption was just outright banned. It's crazy.
Where these issues kind of, again, where they cross a little bit is when there are changes in laws and to attack the whole encryption model in a lot of ways. Certainly the Kim.com case being a good example of that in New Zealand. They are heavily financed. They've got tremendous lobbying power in the United States. And what do you say about this dynamic here? Because first of all of the so-called pirating that's going on in Hollywood has not led to any loss of revenue whatsoever. Box office is booming,
right,
and the profits for these companies are booming. If anything, the so-called pirated versions are like marketing. I mean, remember you used to get a free coupon to go try a product. Well, these so-called pirate sites are just offering free coupons, essentially. It hasn't cut into their profits at all, but they have tremendous political clout. Where do you see that going?
I mean, I'm not too sure on that, to be honest. I think there's always going to be people that, if we didn't have the Pirate Bay and the whole illicit market for that, I mean, what's stopping me buying the DVD in Sainsbury's and ripping it to my computer and emailing it to my friends or uploading to, a cloud storage service?
Yeah, there's a site I think called Video Angel now,
right,
which is exactly that. They have a model where you're buying your DVD, you're putting it online and selling it and buying it back because you own it and that's protected and it's under the law. And it just seems that the Hollywood industry is the one that's making the world less secure.
Right.
Their argument is that we need this to protect against terrorists and baby snatchers. But no, it's in fact their argument is making the world less secure. Your thoughts?
I mean,
not to get too political. I mean, I realize you're the product guy at ClearChat, but I mean, this is an encrypted product, so I mean, these issues are going to come up.
Oh, for sure. And, we're not a safe haven for terrorists or people that want to do illicit activity. We're just providing a safe haven for businesses that generally want to secure their files, whether that be from the government or whether that be, from hackers or whatever. There's a huge problem, Max, and 70% of businesses were hacked last year alone. 63% were small to medium enterprise businesses. These hackers are just trying to get in at everything in any way, shape, or form. And we're providing a haven for businesses, not for terrorists or anything. But
obviously, I mean, the business have always had a need to conduct business in a way that's competitive, and that means they need to develop products and things like that internally, and not broadcast too early what they're working on, because that would be competitively wouldn't make any sense.
I mean, if you have two big companies that are looking at sort of a merger or an acquisition, and they're talking about billions of dollars here via email, and that gets leaked out, that could affect their stock price, wipe a couple of points off the stock here and there, effectively billions of dollars for shareholders. They could use our app to completely talk about that stuff in privacy.
All right, so we got about 30 seconds left. What's next in your story as a young company? What's the next goal you're looking to achieve?
So we are launching iPhone and Android apps by the summer. We're also about to become HIPAA compliant. We've had many hospitals reach out to us begging for this piece of software for internal use at surgeries. So we see huge impact in the medical industry. And
I'll watch the clock. You just talk to me. When it's time, I'll cut you off. It's coming soon in 20 seconds. So you just look at me. Look at me, and we'll get through this. So but obviously, the hospital industry would be huge for this.
Absolutely, absolutely huge.
And it also disrupts all those contractors that are overcharging the government.
I know, and $100 a month for a hospital to bring their entire hospital online, internal communications, full medical records is a steep price to pay.
Awesome. All right, Andy, thanks so much for being on the Kaiser Report.
Thanks for having me, Max.
Well, that's going to do it for this edition of the Kaiser Report with me, Max Kaiser, and Stacey Herbert. I'd like to thank our guest, Andy Johnson of Clear Chat. If you'd like to get in touch, tweet us at Kaiser Report. Until next time, bye, y'all.
Hi, this is Mike Maloney, and I wanted to...
Good morning, Dr. Rosie. How are you on this nice spring day?
I am doing good today. I really am. Just happy to be here, to be on our show again, to share some great knowledge. We have a great guest with us this morning, and I think Keith, kind of listen closely. I just might need to mute the phone, hit *6. Are you picking up any?
I think it's from it might be from our guest.
Okay. We're gonna ask the guest to hit *6. That'll mute out anything in the background. *6. Yeah. So we have a great show, and we have a wonderful guest. In fact, she's going to be one of our. She'll be at Black Rogers on Tour. That's coming up Saturday, April 30th from 9 to 6 at the Carson Community Center, and we're really happy to have her to be a part of what we're doing. Let me tell you, my guest is Miss Mary Conner. She's a speaker, trainer, youth advocate. She advocate for youth and young people. I love that. She's the author of the popular book, one that I think everybody want to get in their hand if they have any young people. It says, "Is the crime worth the time?" That's something to think about, right, Keith?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Is the crime worth the time? We're going to look at the negative and lifelong impact on the lives of Black youth having been charged for criminal activities. Some of the consequences for criminal activities for youth, get into denial of access to federal grants for higher education, expelled from school. In some places, in some states, it can 30 days with no school assignment. It's just so many different things that happen. So we must curtail the number of Black youth and young adults that's entering the criminal justice system. And I'm really happy about the fact that we have a lot of people, more people than people are aware of, Keith, who really out here trying to do something about this. We have to stop this open pipeline for our young people, in particular, once they come out, depending on what they're charged for, then they can't go to school with grants. Certain things, they can't get public assistance, they can't get Section 8 housing. So when I put all that stuff together, that's a dismal situation. And I think we all need to be concerned about it. But I'm just wondering, Keith, where are the politicians? Do they know this? I mean, a lot of stuff we don't know, but I expect them to know, because I was not aware until I spoke to Ms. Conner that young people, teenagers, can be on house arrest. Were you aware of that, Keith?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know that, but it still goes out on your record just the same.
We're going to talk about it. We have someone who can really help us with that. Good morning, Ms. Conner again, and thanks for coming on our show. We're so happy to have you. How are you today? Ms. Conner?
I think, did she mute herself?
Okay, do *6 and bring yourself back in. We're waiting on Ms. Conner to do *6. Do *6 and come back in. We're waiting for our guests. Anyway, so Keith, what we're talking about today, I think it's a very important topic. So maybe our technician will just see if he can dial back in and get Ms. Conner again. I think when it muted her out instead of just to know it. So she's going to have to hit *6 so she can get back in. Ms. Conner, are you on the line? Okay. Yes, she did.
We might have to dial her back.
Yes. I'll have the technician to dial her back. Yeah, we need to dial her back. She muted herself
She
out.
probably muted herself out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because this, especially nowadays, when when jobs are hard to get and loans are hard to get, and this kind of thing.
Okay.
You're back.
Okay, I'm back.
Don't do the start.
No.
Don't do it because it muted you out. So you're cool.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good. Okay.
Good. We're really happy to have you on our show today. And Keith was just talking about it's already very difficult now with people having difficulty getting jobs since many jobs been shipped, out of the country. Now we're looking at someone with activities that's causing them not to be able to get a job at a very young age, at their most productive age, having difficulty getting the type of job that they can earn a living for themselves and their families. So we really have some critical issues going on that we need to deal with. And Ms. Connor, I was just saying before we got you muted out, I wonder sometime if the politicians, if they are aware of all of these things, because I didn't know that young people, some of them are under house arrest. Keith said he didn't know. We're people out here, we call ourselves in the loop and kind of think we know what's going on. So that just go to show you that it's like my dad used to say, he had forgotten more than we would ever learn. But I am so happy that I sent the email out regarding the seminar that's coming up on the 3rd with how to keep your child out of prison and how to make sure that he gets home safe. Exerting your rights is one thing, but you don't want to be dead right. You want to get back home and let the legal system handle whatever they need to handle. So I really appreciate you coming on the show with us today. So just give us just a little insight as to what that's going on with youth.
Well, basically, when you're talking about the house arrest, that's the area that I cover on my job. In March of this year, I had on my caseload 174 minors that went on house arrest.
Wow.
That means that they wasn't detained in juvenile hall. They sent them home on the house arrest device, which consists of an anklet on their ankle, and then a home box monitor that monitors their going in and out of the house. With that being said, with those 174 that went on house arrest on my caseload, the total of the 3 halls, 398 went on house arrest in March, and 84 of those were felonies, and 90 were misdemeanors. So minors that are charged with a felony, they have to be DNA tested. So, for most people who know what DNA testing is, that goes into a national database and it's stored there forever. So our young people are being DNA tested at a very young age if they commit felonies.
My goodness, what are the things that a young person can do that will be a felony? I'm just thinking about, they're so young. I'm trying to think. I want the audience to know, because, we have what we call, Ms. Connor, unsuspecting parents. My sister just told me this morning about a mother whose son was, got tired of drugs, was doing some things. And she said, well, I never talked to him about that because I never thought my son would be with people who are doing this. I never thought this would happen. That's what we call unsuspecting parents. So that's why I want to just look at some of these things, because what parents tend to say and do is, they can't do that to my child for that. That's why, your books are so important. My sister's books are so important because she writes them for teens, youth, and their parents. If we can empower the parents, then they can help empower the young people, and we can stop this pipeline. Would you agree?
I agree. And when you're talking about what are some of the felonies, here's some of the felonies that I put in the book. Bringing a dangerous weapon is a felony. Carrying a knife on school is a felony. Battery charge, depending on the extent of the battery towards another person, can be considered a felony. We already know murder is a felony. Those are very harsh crimes. False impersonation can be a felony. And that's one of the key things, that false impersonation. And that's one of the things that I really want to stress, is because a lot of young people are using alias names when they get arrested. And what they don't understand is once they're being charged with giving false impersonation, that's going to affect them for the rest of their life, because now they have 2 names on their records, or maybe 3 or 4 that they're using. And then when they get ready to go to college or apply for a driver's license. Now they got to determine what is the correct name that they use because they used the false name when they got arrested.
And that's a felony. But you know, Ms. Connor, most parents, I'm so happy you're on the show, because most parents would say this, well, he can't get a felony just for giving, you know, a different name or the wrong name. That's why it's so important for the work that you do. I'm telling you, this is how we're going to save these young people, by giving this information, where their parents can give out this information, churches can give out this information, because they have no clue. No clue.
No, they don't. You know, and it's a good thing for me that I wrote these books, because on Sunday, because I'm a Sunday school teacher at my church, every Sunday morning I'm given the opportunity to speak to the congregation about what's going on my job and what's going on in the community. So it's enlightening the parents there and also the young people to get a better understanding of what's going on in the community and what's going on in the juvenile justice system.
Wow. Just to think about it, dangerous weapon, that's a knife, whatever they're carrying, battery. And a lot of people don't understand what battery is. You know, they don't know threatening and pointing their finger in somebody's face. They feel like you're going to do something to them. It's just so much that we have to do. And that's frightening to think that these young people getting a felony. And so if they get 3, they're under the strikes, right?
Right, exactly. And the other thing is too, when we're talking about minors carrying dangerous weapons, a lot of these kids are not dangerous people. They're trying to protect themselves because they live in a community where they don't feel safe, so they feel that they have to carry something, a weapon. I had a young man last week, he had a gun in the community. He had a gun because they had been threatening his cousins and himself, so he just had the gun on him just to scare him. But it just so happened that the police pulled him over and he had the gun, so now he has a felony charge, and he was straight A student. So our straight A students are getting caught up in the system because various reasons, they're not a bad person or a bad, person, but it's just that they're getting caught up because people are in fear. And they feel that they have to carry something to protect themselves. But when they do that, they end up being the victim.
Well, Mary, tell me this. You said this was a straight A student. Now, would he be impacted by the fact that he would not be able to get federal grants for school?
Well, I told him that, and I told his father. So I told him that this is what you have to do. You have to talk to your attorney or your public defender to find out, once this is all said and done, will this affect you where you won't be able to get financial aid? Because the laws are changing. They're changing the penal code now. They're reducing some of the felonies to misdemeanors. Yeah. And so the laws are really changing. So that's something that they have to stay on top of with their attorney or their public defender. And I mean, really ask them, okay, really tell me if this is going to affect me. But you got to also understand that if you go work for the government or the state or anybody like that, if you get your record seal or sponge or however you want to call it, they have the right to open up that seal, because they don't just want anybody working for them. So when they say seal don't always mean seal. It may be seal to some organizations, but not to all. The military can open up your record because they don't want anybody to come in their organization with a record. And that's what people got to understand. Seal means seal to a certain degree.
Wow. So if they have a certain record, they can't even go in the military.
Exactly. And let me get with that. And
Reggie, hold 1 second. Reggie, we're coming to you, okay? Okay, go ahead, Mary.
And this is where it falls under what is called a 707B offenses. These are records that will not be sealed if you're over the age of 14. If a minor commits, what charge? A murder, arson, rape, those charges will not be sealed along with other ones. Because it doesn't matter what you go through or what procedure you go through. If you have a 707B offense and you're over the age of 14, they're not going to seal your records with certain offenses that you commit.
Ooh, those who want to talk to us and talk to Ms. Connor, you can call us at 310-928-7733. 310-928-7733. We have Reggie Jenkins on the phone, and I think Reg is from Tennessee. Good morning, Reg.
Hey, good morning. Well, good afternoon where I am, but I'm just listening for right now. I just tuned in, so I just want to hear some of the conversation before I say anything.
Okay, Reg works with youth. Okay, Reggie, we happy to have you on the line. I'm just blown away and used. I'm not speechless, but this is, see, I'm looking at the real big picture of this. We're looking at a person could be a straight A student, could put themselves in a way of not being able to get federal assistance. Most young people trying to go to school need some type of assistance. That's really sad. If they want to go into the armed service, that could stop them. They have to be DNA tested. And my sister just told me that they had a case in Atlanta where a young lady had mace, and her mother gave it to her. She said because she walked through a neighborhood that people do things, you know? So she gave it to her. She said if someone jumped you or do certain things, then that's just when you use this. So she had it, like you said, Mary, for her protection. But then somehow, you know, she's in trouble now about having it. So, I mean, it has to start with the home teaching when they get to church. The reason I say the church is important, we have a lot of young people that come to our church, their parents don't come. If they're not, we don't even know the parents. So if they're not teaching them, at least they have a second shot at it. And that's what I appreciate what you're saying that you're doing, Mary, at your church every Sunday. Now the child has a second shot at it. If he heard it already, we just reinforce it by the time he gets to church. Hopefully when he gets to school, the schools are talking about it. But unfortunately, Keith, I don't think they're talking about it.
No. Schools are overwhelmed. Black neighborhoods are overwhelmed. They're underfunded, and schools are almost treated like prisons more than they're treated like schools. I mean, they're just aware that, you know, schools have become warehouses, and you know, and all these rules that have come down, you know, this criminalization of the whole population, not just the Black population. Where all these rules have come down to, you know, they, like I said, they treat the schools like a prison, you know.
Wow. And I was told that in some states, they're saying that many of the children that's expelled from school, it's not for fighting, it's because they had an attitude with the teacher. They didn't speak to the teacher in the tone that the teacher thought they should. I was talking to someone this morning. There are some things called cultural differences that we never take in account when we start looking at African American. I know when I've gone in places where a bunch of people from Africa, you almost walk up and think, well, do I need to call the police? I think a fight about to go down. And they're not. They're talking, they're joking. Then you see that they're laughing. It's the way they talk and the way they gesture. When these kids go to school, Keith, they may answer their mom and their father, well, Well, what you want? With a frown on their face. That's how their parents relate to them. Exactly. They live in that type of dialogue. So when they come to school, they're not changing that attitude for the teacher because that's a mode of operation for them. This making sense. So when do we stop and teach that child, wait now, the attitude, this body language, this is what's making the difference. You know, I remember my sister had to talk to one of my nephews. She said, your body language can get you in trouble because you have to be, you doing all these gestures, and this is important. Our people really need a lot of teaching, you know, so it just, whenever I hear these types of, I always try to bring it to the airway because I want our people to know. I really do. Now, Mary, what about the students being expelled from school? Have you had any dealing with that and its impact?
Well, you know, I had a parent recently who came in and her daughter went on house arrest, and her daughter was suspended for school for 30 days. So I asked the parent, when they suspended her, did they give her any schoolwork? The mother said no. And I said, well, you need to go back to the school district because I have never heard of a minor getting suspended from school for 30 days and not give them no type of work and not give them any indication when that child can officially come back to school. Because 30 days, you're losing your funding from the school for that child being there. So in my mind, I'm thinking they don't want your child to come back. If they suspended them for 30 days, they're telling you, well, in them 30 days, I think you probably need to find somewhere else for your child to go.
Wow.
So that's too long to be out of school for suspension and no educational training.
Right. Because if they're teaching anything at all in a whole month, you have missed a whole lot. So how are you going to catch up? How can you get back on track? But
well, that's why I'm sorry, Dr. Mulligan, but it's so important that parents need to understand that they have rights and they have to exercise those rights, and they have to go down to the school district and let them know, okay, I understand my kid did this and that, but at the same time, they still need to be in school.
Right.
Or at least have some means of continuing that education. Something needs to be
correct.
Done. Now, if you're at work and your child is expelled from school, suspended for 30 days, so they're supposed to be home by themselves? Are you supposed to take off work during that time? What's up with this?
Well, if they're underage, then you have to try to find a babysitter or somebody to watch them. But on the same twist of that is when parents have to continually come to court proceedings for their minors and take off from work. Parents are losing their jobs because their employers do not want to hear that you got to go to court this day, that day. They don't want to hear that. So, in my book, "Is the Crime Worth Your Time?" I talk about that. Parents are losing their job for coming to court with their minor children.
Oh my God! And especially you got single parent, single fathers, and single mothers are rearing children and trying to take care of that one child and the other children. Do you all see how this is going to impact our community from an economic standpoint? I mean, this is really frightening. It really is. Something has to be done. So hopefully that the movement will begin and people understand that these are all of our children and we're going to have to do something about it. Because if we don't help the children who are falling by the way, these are the ones who would take our children out, who you're putting a lot into and trying to put them on the right path. They'll be taken out by those who we allowed to fall into the crack because they were not ours. They were not our cousins, were not our nieces and nephews. We have to adapt the attitude that these children belong to all of us.
Yeah, they do. Because that child that you let go downhill is the same child that's going to drag your child downhill, because there's no firewall between your child and that other kid. And I've heard that so many times, a kid getting himself straight and on the straight and narrow and just happens to get into a car with one of his friends that has done something. And just because you're in the car, all four of you guys, have a charge. All four of you guys are doing time.
But most young people and parents, I'm gonna go back again, they are not even aware. They said, well, my son didn't even know they were going over there. He didn't have the gun. He didn't even know they had a gun. He didn't know they were going to rob. That's why, Mary, what you're doing is so important. Oh my God.
And you know what, Dr. Mulligan, this is the very thing you're talking about, getting in the car with someone. It's the very conversation I had with a minor on yesterday. 17-year-old, never got in trouble, hanging around with the wrong people, went out and they robbed somebody, a younger person walking down the street. And I said, you made a choice to do that. Now you got a felony at 17 years old. When you do one more thing wrong at 18, when you turn 18 in October, they can lock you up and send you to jail. But you have never gotten in trouble. But you made that one choice. Now, what if you made the choice to get in the car with somebody? I'm telling you, I say, think about what I'm saying. You can't allow yourself to get in the car with anybody. You can't allow yourself to be around the wrong people at the wrong time, because people are not going to tell you their car is stolen. They're not going to tell you they got a weapon in the car. They're not going to tell you they got drugs in the car. And not to say that everybody do this, but when you're running around with the wrong crowd of people, those things happen. And then you'll have a different charge for you not following rules that your parents set for you.
Right.
Hanging around with the wrong people.
And that's the same thing when parent goes out and buy their young people a car. Responsibility comes with that. You can't just have everybody jumping in your car, giving people a ride. You don't know, that just like what you said. You don't know if they jumped up in your car. You don't know if they have a gun. You don't know if they have dope on them. You just young and they say, hey man, I'm going over here, give me a ride. And you decide to give them a ride. 5 minutes, you all, 5 minutes can turn your whole life around. 5 minutes, you know, can put you, have you locked up for more years than you can imagine. So you gotta think fast for every consequence. It's unfortunate that when I was growing up, we could do little things that didn't land us in prison, but people, this society does not allow young people to be young people and to do things that young people do. And what amazed me, you all, is that, especially when it comes to fighting and, you know, battle. Well, there is, I don't know a school yet that have classes dealing with conflict resolution. Why not? When that's the greatest problem that we're having, is with people not knowing how to resolve conflict without fighting.
Right.
Now, why are they fighting?
Right. You know,
At a ball game, Keith, the coach is fighting.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know what?
Players. So what are these kids? They think fighting is how you handle it.
Well, you know what's really started all of this was back in the '80s with white people, because white people didn't want their white children to get swatted or disciplined in school, and since they couldn't, since they passed that zero tolerance laws, you know, all these zero tolerance laws, schools have been getting stricter and stricter and stricter. So now they brought in law enforcement to do the job that the vice principal used to do.
You can't swat them, but I can come in and shoot them.
Shoot them or body slam them or arrest them and put a felony on them, when all it took was a couple of swats from the vice principal and send the kid back to class. Now it's criminal activity.
And the thing about that is, I see it so often, because a lot of kids come here who've been at school fighting, and they arrest them and they bring them in and lock them up. And like you were just saying, I remember back in the day in school where the principal, Mr. January in elementary school, had a pattern. And when you did what you're supposed to do, you got a spot.
Oh, I have no choice, man. Yeah. Just, you know, trying to, you know, hit these charts, you know. What's the good word? Good. Oh man, a little bit of everything, man. Just, you know, had a friend call me up. I was just subbing a gig for a minute, you know, but the only thing is I guess they canceled the gig, yeah. But this is another artist, you know, a different artist that was supposed to be doing a TV show. But I mean, it is what it is, you know. I mean, you know, the gigs are gigs. You know, I've been, you know, touring for damn near 30 years, but over that, I think, you know, or at least been playing clubs over. Gosh, I'm trying to think. The first time I stepped in a club when I was jamming, I was just a little kid. It was, I think, 75. Yeah. But yeah. So man, I tell you, man, this, you know, man. It's pretty intense. You know what they have. Sounds like you like you're just getting over a cold or something. Yeah, I remember you were telling me. Yeah, you gotta. Right. I tell you, and ask him about this, but I've been taking. Well, I don't know. It might mess you up a little bit, but cayenne pepper is what. Yeah, what I do is I do a tea with. But cayenne pepper is pretty. It's pretty you know, it'll mess your stuff. It'll mess your stomach up if you put too much in. Yeah, but it's like stuffing jalapenos. Yeah, it's kind of like that. You know, but that's what I do. You know, I drink teas and stuff like that with that in there. But yeah, man, you're right. They definitely are ramping stuff up. I mean, it's oh man, the way things are headed this way. I mean, are headed you know, overall. I mean, I'm looking at everything from the election to, you know, what's going on with the Saudis. I mean, that whole mess is you know, and then this whole TTIP thing. You know, your golden mulatto went out there to Germany, and yeah, Germany and England. Well, I mean, come on. We all know that he was just a hood ornament. You know, I mean, any president that's out there is nothing more than either a hood ornament or employee of the month. You know, every one of them. You know, it's just a figurehead. You know, it's just, you know, they're there to sign the checks. You know, and that's about it. You know, yeah, I mean, that's it. You know, I mean, the real car, you know, the hood ornament is just there to look at, but the real car is the industry. You know, the car is the engine, you know, is the multinationals that back it up. You know, the franchises, you know, and most folks don't realize that America is nothing more than a flea market. You know, I mean, it was set up that way when the Vikings, you know, when they first decided to explore, and then when the Portuguese decided, hey, there's gold in their hills, you know, they said, hey, we're going to grab everything we can, cut off the hands of those who can't get it to us. And then, you know, they got tired of, you know, those folks, and then decided to, you know, say, hey, we need a labor force. Well, they had their own immigration bill. They just went to West Africa and said, hey, yeah, we're going to do our own immigration bill. You know, we don't need to build a wall like Trump says, you know. So, you know, and stole about 100 million folks, you know, with their friends, with their European cousins, decided, hey, you know, we can, you know, built-in labor, you know. But I mean, that's just the way it is, you know. But yeah, they're you know, at this late stage of the game, they're into, or for lack of a better term, there are definitely some challenges that are you know, that are going to be faced overall, you know, with and our folk are just, I have to be real, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm feeling you on it. You know, it's yeah, it's oh yeah, oh yeah. The basically what we have overall is a collective of individuals who are still thinking about assimilating into a flea market. Here's what I mean. As I always say, you know, it's you know, any kind of what they call capitalist or, you know, westernized or whatever you want to call it. Any kind of thing that they put together, it's about grabbing the resource, human and others, whatever it is, taking it, industrializing it, turning it into something, commoditizing it, putting it out for market, franchising it, you know, putting it around the world, and then they watch for it to repeat. The thing is we have a collective, our folk are like a collective that think that we can live in a Walmart or a flea market. Even the security guard that has to, you know, that has to protect it at late nights, he still goes home. You know, he doesn't live there. A lot of our folk think that we can still live and exist in a flea market. It doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, that's the environment we're in. You know, I mean I mean, anyone that couldn't see that a mile away is, I mean, they're, you know, their eyes are worse than mine. Okay, that is no different than Tamir Rice. That's no different than, I mean, this is, I mean, for others it's war. For us, we're playing, you know, tiddlywinks. For others, you know, they consider like what happened those three teenagers in the car is no different. I mean, the thing is when you're dealing with our folks, our egos, and especially the brothers, the egos, like I say, could be traded on the futures market, and it would be limit up every day. But the ego is a complete polar opposite to the aspect of survival. I got to be real with you. It takes so much precedent and, and trying to prove some false sensehood of being right. And this is, I'm saying mostly brothers, mostly almost exclusively, this false sense of reality of trying to be right. And to the detriment of trying to stay alive or survive or build. Here's what, case in point, I was going to get on that radio program last night, but they kept cutting me off. I guess they're tired of hearing my voice. Here's the thing. When I heard that program, I was it was so disappointing listening to it. The young male that was on there, because these, here's what I mean by ego. And it's true. Okay, brothers put more time on ego than survival, common sense, or practicality. Okay, I've done it myself. I mean, we make it a life's mission. That's our soul journey. I hate to be mean, but I got to be real with you. The young brother was talking, and all he kept talking about was hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. I'm gonna tell you something. That when they're talking hip hop, and I've been in the music industry for decades. If the same amount of time protecting the so-called ego or that false sense of manhood called hip hop or gangster rap or or sports or even the language, okay, or like this real dumb idiot by the name of Birdman, who's a rapper, comes out, he spells respect with a K. I mean, this is the intellect, the sub-intellect that a lot of us have adhered to late, as of late. If we spent more time building, protecting the neighborhoods, the women and children, the financial mechanism, protecting industry, like building industry, that they do protecting egos in this so-called form of hip hop or whatever, it would only take a day to right the ship. Okay, instead it's almost like poking holes in the Titanic because you want to it's like being at the bottom of a ship and you want to look out a window, and you're trying to poke holes in the bottom of the Titanic because you want a picture window. It's I hate to be me, I gotta look, and this is not just something new in the so-called hip hop. This goes back, okay, the things I saw out of the brothers of the 70s, the 50s, the 20s. I mean, it goes back to Mansa Musa, okay, which was a king back in Africa that just spread money around and so much gold that was like, and he wanted to reign, like making it rain. Look at what I got. Look at my wealth. I mean, just braggadocious, which is something I've experienced over and over. And I see, I mean, it's almost like it's like our, how can I say it? It's like the basis of the foundation of one's soul. But let me tell you something. You brag enough, you think that you're something, but you own nothing. And if Mansa Musa, and I hate to be mean because a lot of folks believe in it, but let me tell you something. If he was accurate in his making it rain, is what a lot of young folks say in this perceived notion of manhood, of saying, look what I got, I'm bragging, I'm gonna show the world, I'm gonna show and prove. Look at our condition as what our folks are in today. And because nothing starts or I should say nothing is just, okay, it started today and so therefore no. Things are built up by a culmination of what happens throughout history. A culmination of events, patterns, environments that happen throughout time. If Mansa Musa was correct, we would be the richest individuals on this planet indelibly. But still yet, that mentality pervades its insanity of prepubescent foolishness that a lot of brothers, and that brother last night that was talking, young guy, good rapper, and even Jeannie was subjected to it. He was wrong as well. That young brother was wrong as well. They proved themselves Negroes, for lack of a better term, and I hate to be mean, they proved themselves just as inept as even the Mansa Musa or rappers of strip joint. The thing is bottom line, and I don't normally say that about, because they're good brothers, but it's no different than where we're at, and I've seen it throughout time, throughout history. I've seen it, black man, I'm gonna tell you. It's a thing of being, the only thing that we have to show this world is our mouths. Okay, it's clearly. Or what we can steal from each other to try to prove what we have. I've got police blotter reports, and I listen to the news quite a bit because it helps me like gauge what's happening in the market environment. And I've got news from around the country: Nashville, Ohio, New York, or I got a lot out of Tennessee, New York, Ohio, California, and I just get these news reports to kind of gauge the environment, because sometimes I can say, okay, there's a high probability that these municipalities might do this, or maybe something might happen over in Australia that might, so I get news from around the world. On this news from around the world, even though a lot of folks say it's a conspiracy, it's it's a racism, and and I'm one of the biggest proponents of standing for us. But I'm gonna tell you something. 99%, and I'm not just making up a number. Almost every one of those reports, black male does this, black male does that, black male. And I'm talking about shooting, robbing, raping, molesting, you name it. I mean, it's just it's enormous, and a lot of folks will say that's a skewed toward, they're trying to make us look bad. Look, if you're not doing it, then there's nothing to report. Okay, I mean, maybe that's my Republican GOP, senses starting to come up. But I got to be real, I mean, or my conservativeness, if you want to call it that. But I got to be real. I've been this way for damn near a decade. If you're not doing something wrong, then why could someone report something? Okay, when I say wrong, when you're committing a crime against someone else, okay, when you're invading someone else's space, someone else's property, someone else's mindset, then clearly, you're going to do problem to yourself. Hey, that's you. Okay, you're going to harm yourself. That's on you. Just make sure that it don't harm no one else. But every black man, every one of these reports out of every county, I mean, I go through it, and I'm talking about dozens a day where I see a lot of police blotter reports. And then I go on the opposite, the polar opposite, and I say, what are folks doing productive for ensuring a future for their society, their culture, their children, their race? And 1% of it is black folks. Okay, and and this is even coming from Africa. Okay, I mean, it's like, I have to go to Africa and try to get good reports that shows that we're doing something right. Okay, but across the world and diasporas, I'm just like, it's like, I'm just like, man, this is insanity. It's like one after the. All right, well, drink some water, black man, because it sounds like and take some non-caffeinated tea. I do that. All right, Hotep, and take care of that young lady. Mm-hmm.
Class, and also she donated one for the writing contest. We have Let the Elders Speak conference talking about the elders' role in helping to shape a better future for the next generation. We have a seminar with women writers from behind the walls, sharing their story and their success, letting you know that there is life after incarceration. How to write and publish your book. All this going down. It's something for everybody. Something for everybody. You can bring grandma, bring your children, bring everybody. And our guest today, she's going to be there Saturday, and we're so happy about that, talking about her books. And one of the books is the Crime Worth the Time? And let me give you one other announcement, Mayor. I want you to give the name of all of your books. My good friend Rita, Keith, our good friend Rita is sponsoring a trip to the Ajo Casino, Holy Helping Hand Fundraising Casino Day. She gives scholarships every year to foster children. They get a $1,000 scholarship. They follow those students when they graduate from college. A member of their group is there. I mean, they don't just give them a scholarship and let them go. They follow these students throughout their career and even after that. So call this number. It's going to be just $25, a lot of fun, good buffet, shopping outlet. Call 323-863-3747, 323-863-3747, and the renowned Dr. Claude Anderson is going to be the keynote speaker at Black Writers on Tour. Now you need to call for your tickets to hear him. That's 323-750-3592, 323-750-3592. You can pick your tickets up. at Classic One Bookstore, 1425 West Manchester, Suite B. That's in Los Angeles. This is going to be a great weekend. We have authors, 50 vendors, business people, all under one roof. Are we coming together this year? Kind of look like the Keys, kind of look like we're on the road, all under one roof. This is the biggest culture event for African Americans in Southern California, and you want to be there. Ms. O'Connor, give us the name of your other books.
The first book is called "The Crime Worth Your Time?" It's 6 p.m. Do you know where your child is? The second book is called "Let the Truth Be Told." And the third book is in editing right now, and that third book will be ready in May. And that book is entitled "Defining Juvenile Laws in Simple Terms for Minors, Parents, and Guardians."
Yeah, that's necessary.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That I can't wait to get my hands on.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get my hand back. We definitely going to have. I hope you'll be willing to come back on our show again. Would you do that?
Most definitely.
Wow. This has been such good information. And Keith, I just drown you out. We have a lot of people listening. I guess they just want to listen.
Wow, they probably might be in shock.
Yeah.
They might.
You know what? That's what I'm saying. They probably say, just keep talking. Just let me keep learning.
Yeah, they might be in shock because a lot of this stuff I didn't even know. You know, and I consider myself
and
well.
You in it though, huh, Keith?
Yeah.
You in it though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
it's all coming together.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, you see it on TV, police officers come in and slam the kid to the ground and do something for him. You say that, well, they can't do that. Then you find out, yes, they can. Because they don't let you know what all the rules are. Once you get police involved, they don't let you know what the law is. You know, what the old term about ignorance to the law is no excuse. Yep, that's what we're suffering under.
Wow. Now somebody have something here on the board. See, I have people all the time talking about what the church is doing, but the church is doing some good work too. When we talk about, I hear people say, well, we got all these ignorant ministers. I have to take that out and say, no, we got a lot of ignorant people. Ignorant means people who don't have the knowledge, who are not reading the word for themselves, who don't know what time it is, because one person can't outnumber 1,000 people. So we have a responsibility. You're the one, the teacher sitting in that congregation.
Right.
You need to tap the pastor on the shoulder and say, I want to do a literacy class. I want to help those. Yeah. I want to do what Miss Mary O'Connor is doing. Let me have a spot every now and then to make an announcement about what's going on in the community.
Yeah.
We have a responsibility as the flock. We cannot blame the ministers for it. They're giving us what we want. If you want somebody to just holler and hoop and make you feel good and go home and don't do anything outside of the wall, then they're giving you what you want. We have to want more.
Yeah, you're a member of the church.
To say that.
Yeah, you're a member of the community. You have a responsibility to the whole church, and you have to be active. And those are the best churches where the members are active. You know, a dead church is where the pastor just stands up there and talks. But the alive church is where all members are active, and you got to be active in your community, and that's the church you should want to be in. A church that's does something.
Outside of the wall.
Exactly.
Church outside of the wall. That's very important, And when people talk about, one thing I'd say, the reason our young generation there is so jacked up, because we've been so negative about the church, because we have not tried to make them, help them to be what they should be. And we have so many young people that they don't believe in anything. That's why they can go out there and knock an old lady in the head. They don't believe in reaping what you sow. They don't believe in life hereafter. That's why we are so messed up, because of that kind of stuff now. And if it was not for church, black folks, you think they're crazy. I mean, that's the only thing some people are saying. I tell people all the time, I say, God is an imaginary God here. I'd rather believe in an imaginary God than have no God at all, because I know I can help somebody.
Right.
So, let's get this church thing straight. They're all not bad. All the ministers not bad. We got a lot of people that's not doing their part and blaming the church. Most people who really do a lot of talk about the churches, I ask them, are you a member? No. Then if you're on the outside, you can't help straighten out in the inside. We do things at our church. We're holding this seminar. We feed the hungry. We have mentoring classes, and a lot of other churches are doing that. So those who are just sitting in the congregation, you're not doing this thing, get busy. Get busy. We're coming close to a close. Mayor, I want you to just tell us, what do you think that we need to be doing as parents with the children, and those who don't have children? Let's talk about, sometimes when our children grown and gone, we don't care what's going on at the school. We don't care if they have books or not. Let's talk about what our responsibility to the children, whether we have youth or not. Let's talk about that, Mayor.
Well, this is the thing. As parents, we first have to be knowledgeable of what's going on in order to carry it over to our children. So I think that, Dr. Milliken, it would be a good thing if we can get out to the different churches and set up some seminars so people like myself can come out and speak and educate the parents, and then have someone to also have a class for the young people to understand what's going on, what's with the system. But we have to first start with the parents, getting them educated on the knowledge of the law and then carry it over. So getting out in the community is one thing, but having people to just actually come out. Because I've done seminars and stuff, and it's just like a handful of people come, and I get disheartened because this information is so important that I can't understand why you don't want to get involved when it's something about our young people and their future. Because if they're getting arrested and they're getting these felonies and stuff, they're not going to have a future. And like in the third book, I put entrepreneur jobs in that book. Because a lot of these kids with felonies, you won't be able to get decent jobs. So, but there is other options. You go in business for yourself. So my brother, who does a radio show in Pasadena Media, I was on his show, and he made a joke and said, "Mary, is your third book going to be about entrepreneurship?" I said, "You know what? We'll see." But I did do that because it's so important. And I told him, I said, now when you go back on your radio show, let them know that the book is done. It's in print. I mean, it's getting ready to be printed. And I put that in there, entrepreneurship job. Because, you're not going to be able to find a decent job because with the felonies on your record, people are not going to hire you like that. So make your own job there. And I made a list of jobs that young people can do outside of working for somebody else. Work for yourself.
Wow, that book will be more important than ever before at this time for young people and for their parents and for everybody. We're going to have to start self-determination and making a way for ourselves. It's just so critical. So I really appreciate so much as to what you do, and I think we're going to open a lot of doors. I would let this go. Every time I look out at my grandchildren, and for anybody out there who have grandchildren, I'm telling you, every time you look in their face, you ought to think a little different. You need to say to yourself, I cannot leave them in this shape. I cannot leave. We talking about no children left behind. Well, we leaving a whole lot of them behind if we don't educate them there and give them. Right. Parents always talk about what the police is doing. You know all the rights. You know the police job. What he ain't supposed to do and he can't do this. What is your child supposed to do? What is his rights? And also, what is his responsibility? Let's start teaching responsibility instead of just blaming everybody. Does that make sense? Right. All the parents, they got it down to the science. Police ain't supposed to do that. But what is your child supposed to do? What are the rights? What are the legal rights? Teach him to shut his mouth when he's arrested. Teach him what he can say versus tell him, you go get his badge number. I would never tell my child to pull out a pen and start trying to write a cop badge number down. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but what you just said, all the stuff you just mentioned is in the book. I gave the Fifth Amendment right because the young people don't know how to be quiet. You don't have to talk. Don't be threatened by the police. Just sit still and be quiet until you have counsel to represent you. Public defender, lawyer, you don't have to talk. And the other thing is getting a badge number. You need to memorize that stuff. You ain't got to talk. Look at it. Get their name. Put it inside of your brain. So when you need to bring it out, bring it out. All of the stuff that you're talking about, Dr. Mulligan, is stuff that I put in the book. How you're supposed to come into the courtroom. What's the court etiquette? And then you're talking about the body language. That's in the book. And also talks about how the body gesture in the courtroom, how the judge perceive you. Mm-hmm. You can't have all of that going on in the courtroom. What do you wear to court? Who you can bring in the courtroom? What documentation should you bring? Say, for instance, you got a straight A student. and you coming for a court proceeding, you better have your report card. You better have a letter from your principal. You have a letter from your pastor, somebody who can show you this person that they're saying that you're not. So in the book, it talks about all of this stuff that young people need to know and parents need to know. And it also talks about how, you know, as a parent, if you have a public defender, the public defender don't have to talk to the parent. They're representing the minors, and parents don't know that. You may get some public defenders that will talk to you, but they don't have to. They're representing the minor. If you get a paid attorney,
so in other words, you can't walk up to. So what you're saying, you can't walk up to them with an attitude like you paying.
Exactly, because they don't have to talk to you. Now, if you pay a lawyer, then that lawyer talks to you. Yeah, and then that's why the public defender said, I'm not talking, I'm talking to the minor. And you can't get mad as a parent because this is how it's set up.
Oh my, now see, I didn't know that, but you did.
No, I never knew that.
It's in the book. Public defenders do not have to talk to the parent.
Wow.
You know?
And parents get attitude with them. I called you and you didn't call me back.
Exactly.
Oh, don't we need to be educated? Don't we need to be educated? Well, Mary, I'm going to push your book. I'm going to push what you're doing. I just thank God for putting out the email about the seminar and that you read it and gave me that call. You have certainly enlightened us today. And
and Dr. Mulligan, before you get off the air, I want to also reach out to the community. I'm doing Campaign 13. Campaign 13 is starting May 1st to May 31st because I always try to do something my birthday month. And Campaign 13 is the book costs $13. So if you buy a book, give it to somebody in the community, give it to a relative, give it to a church member, but make sure a young person receive a book so they can get education and that knowledge about the law. So Campaign 13 starts May 1st to May 31st.
Okay, Mary, thank you. The clock on the wall say that's all. People, you can call me and get all her information.
Cooning, that kind of behavior, black people being paid to disrespect their own, to control their own, to do things that are harmful to their own, that goes back to slavery. It goes back to the overseer. You know, you watch Django and you saw that guy that was basically like the house judge. I mean, he loved his job. He benefited from cooning. You know, and that is a tradition that continues to this day. You know, so. Well, if you think about white supremacy pretty much teaches you a few things as a black man, that the closer you get to the white man, the more power you have, the more prestige you have, stuff like that. And if your self-esteem is low, like if you've been taught your whole life that black people have never done anything good, that all we got is Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln freed us and all that, like, if you really think black people never done anything good, then you're really going to think that being closer to the white man makes you a better person. You know, like I went to Harvard University, I work for IBM or Facebook, or I'm wearing Calvin Klein, I got a white man's name on my butt, that makes me a better person. Because you don't have nothing to hold on to. You don't know nothing about how great you were before you got here. So that's what white supremacy kind of does. It says, get close to the white man, he's going to take care of you, but you got to do what he tells you to do. And that's where you get a Stephen A. Smith from, a Charles Barkley, etc. The stuff Stephen A. says, it's not like everything he says is wrong. You know, like he says, you know, black people, we need to stop killing each other. Okay, I've heard Farrakhan say that. And we know Farrakhan ain't cooning, right? But what's the difference between Stephen A. and Farrakhan? Well, Farrakhan will be bold when he talks to black people. He'll say, black man, you need to stand up. Black man, you need to stop doing that. Stop disrespecting. He'll go hard at you, just as hard as Stephen A. But then he'll turn to the white man and say, you need to stop doing this. White man, stop doing that. Y'all killing our people. Stephen A. gets off the bus on the second stop. Stephen A. will not ever stand up to white people the way he'll stand up to black people, because if he did that to white people, he would be out of a job. And to me, that's cooning.
was going deep, which had me a bit worried. This one feels different, definitely bigger than the others. I don't know if this is a barracuda or it's feeling possibly slightly different. I hope it's not a shark. This feels like a good-sized fish. I'm guessing it's about 30 foot down. And I'm struggling to bring it any nearer to the surface. Oh, it's still hanging. You see the leader, so there's the fish. There's the fish. There it is. It's the proof I needed to see with my own eyes. A huge barracuda. Size of this. I've been thinking I've been catching big ones, one after another, and along comes this. No, those aren't big ones. This is a big one. It's just unbelievable. The teeth, the power, the streamlining. This would absolutely lacerate a limb, and I reckon one like this, at speed, out of the water, hit you in the side. Perfectly possible this could break your ribs. It's a tired fish as well. I want to get it back in the water. I came to Florida in search of a creature capable of inflicting life-threatening injuries. And it wasn't the shark that most would assume, but another of the ocean's super predators.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live Trading Action by In the Money Stocks. Today is April 26, 2016. My name is Nick Santiago. Thank you all for tuning in today. All right, a stock that I am looking at today is a company that just reported earnings, and it is Microsoft. Most everybody knows this company. They pretty much run every operating system on a computer. Well, what you're going to see here is that the stock sold off very, very sharply after the earnings report, and right now it has not really recovered much at all, trading at $51.51 today. Now, when you see a stock have a fall like this and it starts to go sideways, it generally is telling us that it wants to go lower. So where would be a spot that we would look to buy Microsoft? Let's just go to a bigger time frame, and that's how we'll find that level. When you go to a weekly chart, the first thing that I notice is that the stock right here at $48 was where it broke out, and right here at 48 bucks is where it was back tested. So the obvious level is to just look for a pierce of $48. Most likely it'll be $47.75, $47.50, right in this general vicinity, give or take, maybe either 25 cents on either side of this black line. That would be your level where you could get into Microsoft for a pretty significant bounce. And let me just show you a couple of things. If you take a look here at this candle going back to October of 2015, you're going to notice it was a huge breakout bar with volume. That tells us that's where institutional money got involved. So when the stock comes back down to this level, that's where the institutions are going to get involved again and bring the stock back up. So what you want to do is you want to be a buyer of Microsoft right around the $47.50 level. That should be an excellent support area and a very, very good risk reward trade. And again, if anybody wants to trade this alongside of us, come on over, take a 7-day free trial to the Research Center. You'll see all of our trade setups in there. You'll get our cycle work. You'll get our No Hype Live broadcast. That's where we allow members to come in, ask us questions about any individual stock they may be looking at or anything market related. And again, we do that twice a week for all the members. So once again, if you want to trade alongside of us, come on over, take that 7-day free trial to the Research Center. You get all of those products in there in that one umbrella of the Research Center. And again, it's an excellent product, very, very popular with most of the members. So come on over, take that 7-day free trial, and you'll see what it's all about. With that being said, everybody, have a great trading day, and we'll see you on the charts.
I first want to honestly, sincerely thank you for welcoming me back to this show. The show of support through this bizarre time has been really overwhelming. I needed a couple of days to gather my thoughts. After 26 years with this company, I earned the right. And let's be honest, I know half of you called in sick to be here, so we get each other. So what transpired, though, over the course of a few days has been extraordinary in the sense that it started a much greater conversation about communication and consideration. And most importantly, respect. Apologies have been made, and the best thing to come out of all of this, you guys, is that our parent company has assured me that live is a priority. This is a tremendous opportunity, and I couldn't be, and we couldn't be prouder of you and everything we accomplished together.
I'm so happy you're back.
Oh, thank you.
And one thing I know about you is you love this show, you love the fans, you love the staff. I love you, and I'm so happy you're here because you brought me here, Woody Gelman, and this show has it's been transforming for me. And I know this show lives on because you are the queen of morning television.
Oh my God.
And it will continue to go.
Hi, this is Mike Maloney, and I wanted to do a quick video and ask the question once again, are we in a recession? Are we headed into a recession? Well, history says that we've got to be headed into a recession sometime or another. They always come along. The average period is about 5.5 years, but you don't see an economic expansion longer than a decade, and we're already more than 7 years into this economic expansion. But I went again to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis Economic Research Division and looked up a few charts that I just want to show you here. And this one is an industrial production index. So it's industrial production and it's data going all the way back to the year 1920. I love historical charts like this that give you true perspective, where you can really take, you can see what was going on over a very, very long period of time. And we've got, you know, there was the top here in 2000, another one in 2007. But what I find interesting in this long-term view is you can see the angle of increase in our prosperity. We were producing more goods and services. This is industrial production, but services goes along with this. But we were just producing more, consuming more. Our lives were getting better. And that sort of peaked in 2014. And if you look at the angle, it was a very sharp incline here. And then just a little bit higher level in 2007. But then we had the global crisis of 2008, and we've barely gotten back up to where we were in 2007. So it sort of looks like a double top. it hasn't been a very healthy economic recovery at all, mostly because it hasn't been a real economic recovery. It was a smoke and mirrors thing done by Ben Bernanke, where he made a gift to the banks of a whole bunch of base currency that sits on their balance sheets and pumps up the stock markets, but it doesn't flow down to Main Street. Now, the thing I like about these interactive charts is I can zoom up on any area that I want. And what I find interesting here is looking at this top, you know, here we were in November, December of 2014. That coincides with the tapering that Janet Yellen did. And so we sort of turned off QE, and here we've been falling since November of 2014. Now, if I go to manufacturing sales, that looks a whole lot like industrial production. I mean, there's variances further back in the chart, but the top that we've just put in, they're pretty much tracking each other. And then if we go to rail freight carloads, now this is a real measurement of economic activity in any country, is how much freight is being sent back and forth across the country. That's the stuff that you're going to be selling. And what you see here is this was fairly steady at 1.4 million ton miles. And then with the crisis of 08, a very sharp contraction, and it never got back up to those levels that it was at back in the latter part of the last century and then the early part of this century. So we fell from 1,400,000 ton miles to 1,250,000 ton miles roughly. But since, let me get the top there, December of 2014, it has been falling off a cliff, and it's now down at levels that it was at the very bottom of the global economic crisis. And so that, to me, says that we're in recession. But let's go dig just a little bit deeper than this. This is delinquencies on all loans and leases. So people that are late on payments of their loans and leases, commercial and industrial, at all commercial banks. And what we see here is a cycle based around the recessions. And we're headed up once again. I have a feeling that when the Federal Reserve and the people that put all this data together, when they finally declare a recession, we're going to find out that we're already in a recession right now. So that's my take on things. Please like and share this video if you feel that you got anything from it. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
And it traded down to 2009.5. Now it's back at 2010. A couple minutes have passed, and you're.
And that thing is going up. Dirty word.
by merging the physicality of molecular gastronomy with virtual reality, we can finally enjoy any food that we want in a whole new way. Imagine treating food like a piece of computer code. You can change the behavior of the food however you want. So the texture, the taste, and how it's presented. We're threading these multi-sensory experiences together with technologies like visuals, the flavors, the scents, the texture, the consistency when you bite into the food, right? And the auditory feedback of what you eat when you come.
Virtual food.
Global Leaks has launched a new channel, Police Center, your source for police-related news.
We live in a lively world. This is Global Leaks.
Being good looking isn't easy. Even beautiful people have to worry about getting hacked. I'm Bridget Carey. This is your CNET update. If you've ever been denied entry into the elite dating site beautifulpeople.com, well, it's time to be grateful that you were rejected from the shallow network, because the personal details of more than 1 million members of Beautiful People have been leaked online. That's according to a report from Forbes. The data breach, you know what? Wait, hold on. To report this story right, I need some appropriate background music. Yeah, that's better. The data breach appears to be from December, and it's not just your typical usernames and emails, but also specific details on what these people look like. Exact addresses, income, education, current employment, mobile phone numbers. Even if there is no financial data in the leak, all of this info is gold for identity thieves. Researchers worked with Forbes and verified that a number of these accounts are real people. The dating site released a statement saying that anyone who joined after July of last year was not affected. Beautifulpeople.com is no stranger to controversy. The site often brags about denying access to people deemed too ugly to join. And last year, the site announced it dumped more than 3,000 members for gaining weight or looking old. But before you laugh at the pain of the genetically blessed, Spotify users may also be dealing with some hacking drama. It's been reported that hundreds of Spotify account usernames, emails, and passwords have been leaked online. That's according to TechCrunch. TechCrunch says it reached out to some of these accounts and verified that they are real, but Spotify denies it has been hacked, and it told CNET that its user records are secure. Either way, if you use Spotify, it's a good idea to change your username and password and make sure that that password and email combo isn't also used to log into other sites. And as we continue on today's theme of horrible internet people, Twitter is doing more to help users report abuse. If someone is harassing you on Twitter, soon you can attach multiple tweets in a single abuse report, so you don't have to waste time reporting every single tweet. Twitter has been criticized for not doing enough to combat abusive users. So here's another baby step. That's all for this Tech News Roundup. You can head to CNET.com for the latest. From our studios in New York, I'm Bridget Carey.
As Berkshire Hathaway heads into its annual shareholder meeting this weekend in Omaha, shareholders are bound to be happy. Both classes of the company's shares are up nearly 11% this year compared to just a 2% gain for the S&P 500. Few investors in the world are as successful as Warren Buffett. So author and investment analyst Jeremy Miller has compiled more than 30 letters Buffett wrote to his business partners in the 1950s and 60s and assembled this timeless investment know-how into a book, Warren Buffett's Ground Rules. And Jeremy Miller joins us now to discuss. Welcome, Jeremy. Great to have you.
Great to be here.
Congrats on the book. And you also have a Market Watch article out today about one of the principles that Warren Buffett holds dear. You say we can all benefit from this, and this is the principle of compound interest, correct?
That's right. That's right. So it's interest upon interest. It's really something that requires a long-term mindset. It doesn't really kick in for 5 to 10 years, really. But once it does, it's the most powerful force in investing, and that's what Buffett would say.
And he's certainly known for having that long-term mindset. He has one letter specifically about market swings. What were his thoughts about that? He writes, our job is to pile up yearly advantages over the performance of the Dow without worrying too much about how the absolute results in a given year are a plus or minus. He thinks that as long as he's beating the Dow, even if he's down, he's doing better than if he's on par with the Dow, right?
That's right. And the analogy he uses is a duck floating on the pond. So a duck doesn't get any credit for its altitude if the water level goes up and shouldn't get penalized if the water goes down. The duck should be evaluated on how well it flaps its wings. Right. So Buffett wants to be judged on how he does relative to the market, because in any given year, you never know.
Right. And now in another letter, he talks about risk and how he defines risk. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think it's a great way of thinking that he offers to investors, because a lot of times people equate risk with quantitative measures, beta, or the amount of stock squiggles on a given day. And that's not how he thinks about it at all. He thinks risk is not knowing what you're doing. If you don't understand the company that you're invested in, when those inevitable drops in the market come, you're apt to get scared out of your position. That's why the average investor earns far less per year than the overall averages tend to give you.
Right, which is a good point, because we know that he was a strong proponent of index funds, correct? I mean, reading his will in your book made me think, oh my goodness, unless I'm investing in Berkshire Hathaway, maybe I should just be in index funds, right?
Yeah, well, I think that the big point is, you can't get anything out of the market that you don't put into it. In other words, if you're not willing to do the work to look and invest in the individual companies or find the right manager for you, then you really should just buy the index. But he is an active investor. So for him and for others who are willing to put the work in, there's great benefits. Back to the point on compounding, if you just get an extra couple points versus the market a year over the long term, that really adds up.
Makes a big difference, absolutely. Now, what was his view on cheap stocks? He has a letter on this as well.
So, Buffett came out of Columbia, went to work for Ben Graham. He's really the best student of Ben's, and he started as a real Grahamite, buying super cheap stocks, statistical bargains. And through the partnership era, this is 1956 to 1970, we really start to see his migration towards quality compounders, things like American Express, Disney. Those are the kind of companies he was buying at the end. Very different than the ultra cheap, what he would call cigar butts, the one free puff left, but it's free.
But he obviously looked into these companies and knew they weren't cheap because of fundamental issues with the company, correct?
Well, he looked at them and he saw that there was more value in the business than what was reflected in the security price. Right. So it was a bad business, but it was a price as an awful business. So if he could just play the awful to bad, he could make money, but he'd have to move on from those. It was kind of like a treadmill for him.
And all of these lessons still apply today, right? These are from letters that he wrote in the 50s and 60s, but nothing's really changed.
That's right. That's right. That's why The Intelligent Investor remains, a top 100 business book, and that's even older. That's because the lessons in the letters are really principles based. They're not tactics. Tactics change. Principles are sort of forever.
And speaking of principles, how telling is it that Warren Buffett does not charge the 2 and 20 fee structure that so many hedge funds do charge, and that he has as much skin in the game as his investors?
I think it's a very noble structure. You know, he's really made great efforts to align himself with his partners. He's always looked at his investors, his shareholders as his partners. And, you know, by aligning his interests with theirs, you know, it goes back to the partnership era. The first partners were his aunt, his brother-in-law, you know, his college roommate. So, you know, he treats his partners like he treats his family.
Absolutely. Jeremy Miller, thank you so much for this insight into the Oracle of Omaha. We loved it. Thanks so much for that.
Thank you.
Never have I seen nor would I have expected such excitement for a grocery store opening, but as the first customers through the door here at 8 a.m. tell us, Trader Joe's is no ordinary grocery store.
Thank you once again. Let's give it up for yourself.
Store manager Dean Gossaway prepared his staff for a big day. A huge line formed outside the new Northside store before 7 a.m.
It's very, very inexpensive, and for what you're getting a lot of organics, and you know, it's great.
Barbara Bly lives on the north side, a die-hard Trader Joe's fan.
I have traveled to the South Hill for the last 3-4 years, and this is going to be so nice.
For Bly and the hundreds of other shoppers here this morning, this is cause for celebration. Trader Joe's employees gave each customer a lei as they entered the store. Hawaiian dancers, live music, and free food, all part of the day's festivities.
At Trader Joe's, we create neighborhood grocery stores. And so we want our stores to be themed towards the neighborhood. So we've got murals and signs and all sorts of things in the store that represent the neighborhood.
Customers flooded the aisles, got their hands on some of their favorite Trader Joe's fare, and left with big smiles on their faces.
I just love how they have a lot of organic products here and yummy food and for a very good price as well.
Was it everything you hoped for and more?
Oh, yeah, I love the fact that the shelves were all stocked and there was plenty of people to help you.
I loved going to the one up on the South Hill, but it was just so much further, so I'm glad that it's closer.
Northsiders happy to be part of the Trader Joe's Club. Reporting in North Spokane, Casey Lund, KXLY 4 News.
Just wait till a few months to see how Trader Joe's goes downhill. Wait a few months.
Good morning, traders. I'm Michael Sabo, Senior Market Strategist with RJO Futures here on April 26th. Bring you some commentary here in the energy markets. Let's get started. June crude oil here off to the races. We're up about $1.45 a barrel right now this morning, trading at around 44.09. So certainly seeing a bit of a firmer tone here right now. You know, I want you to put this in perspective here. You know, coming off the January lows, for the June crude oil, January lows were down at 30.74 a barrel. So we've really seen that market here make a pretty significant uptrend here over the last several months. And you know, multiple reasons for that here, but I think when you really step back and you look at the big fundamental pictures, I don't really think it still supports here, you know, a march higher in crude. When we take a look at the technical aspect of it here, I think if the market holds below right now about 44.5, which I know we're close to it here, as long as I think we hold below that here, we might see prices weaken a little bit. If not, we could see a short-term breakout here to the upside, possibly move up here to another level. But you look at some of the reasons right now this morning why we're seeing crude prices a little bit firmer here, and you know, we've got a few different reasons actually here. Right now, you've got U.S. stocks here a bit firmer. Dollar is weaker. That's certainly, I think, supportive here to the energy sector and commodities in general. You've got Iran talking about, now this is kind of a negative here right now, but you've got Iran, they're commenting here that we might see oil production coming out of them back to the pre-sanctioned levels here. So that could be adding further supply here to the market here. So that's certainly a negative here, but nonetheless, it's not out there here just yet. You know, talking about inventories, we've got a record amount of inventories and EIA data coming out here tomorrow. We're expected to see yet another build. That's kind of the early call right now. Most analysts are looking for a build of about 1.75 million barrels, so we'll keep an eye on that. Look to the API report tonight here to get another indication on that. And the big thing I think really to take a focus on right now is we've got FOMC meeting coming up here, so I think we should watch some of the commentary out of there as to how it may affect the overall big picture markets right now. Could obviously trickle down, having a short-term impact on oil prices. And then I think what you want to look at is we certainly want to look at the June's OPEC meeting. It's going to be coming up here in non-OPEC meeting here. You know, right now I see little chance of production freeze between OPEC and non-OPEC countries. So, you know, if we do get that, I think that would be considered bullish. Right now, we're not seeing that. So, you know, all in all, here's my take on oil prices. I think we've really seen a rally up here. The other day we had an inside day. Market broke a little bit lower yesterday. Actually, that inside day was on Friday. Market broke a little bit lower yesterday, actually, I think triggering the traders to watch the short side of the market. But we're not getting that follow through today. The market is a little bit firmer here. So watch that 44 half level. We take that out. Prices could be looking to leg up again. Otherwise, if we hold below there here, start to roll over. Mind you, today we did see a lower low than yesterday's low. So if we trade back down near that, we could be in store to see short-term see prices pull back a little bit. So stay tuned. If you're looking for some trade ideas, be sure to give me a call. I can show you how you can potentially take advantage of this. Futures and options on future.
What's up, y'all? For Complex News, I'm Jinx. Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas are the two latest artists to cancel their performances in North Carolina due to the state's controversial HB2 legislation. For those that don't know, HB2, officially known as House Bill 2, is a piece of legislation which declares that state law supersedes all local rules when it comes to employment, wages, and public accommodations. So despite what your city or local municipality states, North Carolina law reigns supreme. In this instance, the law prevents local municipalities from making their own rules regarding discrimination in public places based on sexual orientation or gender identity. North Carolina's non-discrimination laws do not afford definitive protection for LGBTQ residents. Furthermore, North Carolina law states that transgender people can only use bathrooms and changing facilities, like locker rooms, that align with their biological sex, the gender listed on their birth certificate. This applies to all public schools, public colleges, and government agencies. The only way around this is to have the biological sex on your birth certificate altered. And again, municipalities that feel differently can't do anything about it because state law overrides. Many civil rights advocates have interpreted this legislation as an anti-LGBTQ law. Amongst that group are Jonas and Lovato, who were scheduled to perform in both Charlotte and Raleigh, North Carolina for their Future Now tour, originally scheduled to take place on June 30th and July 2nd, respectively. Nick and Demi released a statement about their decision. One of our goals for the tour has always been to create an atmosphere where every single attendee feels equal, included, and accepted for who they are. North Carolina's discriminatory HB2 law is extremely disappointing, and it takes away some of the LGBT community's most basic rights and protections. We will not allow this to stop us from continuing to make progress for equality and acceptance. We know the cancellation of these shows is disappointing to our fans, but we trust that you will stand united with us against this hateful law. Repeal HB2. Jonas and Lovato follow in the footsteps of other celebrity performers like Bruce Springsteen, Foo Fighters, and Tracy Morgan, who are boycotting the state and refusing to perform. Other artists like Father John Misty, who stand against the law, have stated that they plan to follow through with scheduled performances, but plan to donate their show's proceeds to charity like Time Out Youth. Furthermore, some are wondering what megastars like Beyonce and Justin Bieber will decide, as they both have upcoming stops there on their respective tours. I'm torn here because I personally feel that an artist is allowed to proceed with their work as they see fit. And that includes taking a stand for something they believe in or standing against something that they don't. I'm all for celebrated members of our society using their status and reach to speak out against discrimination. But then I think about those fans in North Carolina who may be a part of the LGBTQ community and those who do not support the law. And I think about how much they'd be looking forward to their favorite artists coming to their city and creating a safe space for them to just enjoy themselves. And now, because of the same people who tried to strip them of certain protections, they lose again, this time in the form of a night of entertainment. I don't know what the right move is. What do you guys think? What should artists who want to enact change do? What would you do? Hit us up in the comments and let us know. And as always, subscribe to our YouTube channel for all the latest updates. For Complex News, I'm Jinx.
Oh my. 2017 election is going to get quite interesting. It's going to be interesting. This is going to prove extremely interesting. Oh my. Okay, Brother Randy. I get to hear the Carl Nelson show. Good deal. Okay, this is what I was looking for.
We'll talk very objectively with you about risk. It's one of the things that I think sets us apart. Everyone here is trained to discuss it. All we do are futures, so you're not going to get someone here who doesn't know what they're talking about in terms of margin or anything like that. All right. My name's Patrick Zielbauer. I'm an AP or associated person of Infinity Futures. Been working here for about 12 years. And Infinity focuses on order execution for self-directed futures traders. So we basically offer a combination of three things. We offer a trading platform, which is called Infinity AT. We offer a charting package, which is called Sierra. And then we offer a data feed that powers them both. So that's really the crux of our offering here. On top of that, we provide a very high level of support, trade support. Most of you are customers here. You understand that you know who you're supposed to talk to in our office. They oftentimes will know who you are, know your account number, kind of know how you trade. These things we think strengthens that relationship and also improves efficiency when it comes to communicating with you. So it's a very unique setup. We're more of a discount firm, but we also provide a much more of a full service atmosphere. It's not like you're calling an 800 number, you never talk to the same person twice. It's a little bit different here. So for those of you who are considering us or considering getting into futures, we're a great place to do it. This is not a side project for us. A lot of our clients, most of our clients, I would say, come from firms who offer mainly equities or options, but then offer sort of futures on the side, and it turns out they're not as good as you thought on the future side, and then a Google search ensues, and customer ends up here. That's often how our business gets to us. Additionally, we have relationships with some third-party educating partners, and a lot of our clients are in trading rooms and chat rooms, and they're speaking our praises, and a lot of our business comes to us in the form of referrals. So if you are one of those people, we really appreciate you spreading the word, and hopefully you find value in this event. What we're doing here today is focusing on Sierra Chart, which is one of those three things I mentioned here that we offer. In my opinion, and that is coming from a representative who sees a lot of people come and go, sees the strengths and weaknesses, start from scratch and show everybody how to file a chart and putting them on a regular. So where do we tell the chart what the condition is? That is in the alert tab right here. So this is where we have to learn a little bit of basic operator if and parentheses or commas in the wrong spot, something like that. All right. Okay, so let's move on to this example that I was trying to work off of. There aren't a lot of questions coming through, and I think that's either because it's very interesting or it's really boring. So if this can repeat backwards, like if you wanted to see a trend, you could say something like, all right, ID3 SG1 minus 1 is greater than ID3 SG1 minus 2. So, the volume 1 bar ago is greater than the volume 2 bars ago. So you can sort of go back as long as you want. Usually when I give these examples, I'll go back 4 or 5 bars so people can see that, when a trend is established. So what you're basically looking for, and not so many words here, is the market is rallying on high volume, relatively high volume, meaning higher than the prior bar at least. All right, now again, this is a gross oversimplification of any system, but it's a good example. All right, so what I'm going to do is just put and in the front and encase this whole thing in a parentheses like this. And basically what that is doing is it's saying, all right, all these things inside this parentheses needs to be true in order for the signal to be true. There are a number of ways to do that. For example, like let me just open up a new chart here real quick, and I'll just throw the TPO value areas on here one more time. So the TPO value area lines, so I just add them like that. So you don't even really need to go to a color background type situation.
$0.45 MITK. Fuck. Man.
Good afternoon, traders. John Caruso coming to you here for the afternoon of April 26th with your currency commentary for the day. First, we'll take a look back and take a look at some of the numbers we've seen come out. New home sales on Monday, we did miss expectations at 511,000. The market was at 522. Durable goods this morning came out at 0.8%, expectations of 1.6%, and consumer confidence 94.2. versus an expected 96. So we've got 3 top-tier numbers that all missed expectations. So what's on everybody's mind is tomorrow, of course, the FOMC report that is released at 1 o'clock. Will they signal dovish? Will they signal hawkish towards the June meeting? And if they move towards dovish, how much of that dovishness is already priced into the market? And if they flip towards hawkish and keep a June interest rate hike on the table, what does that mean for the market? So first, we'll look at the dollar right now, 94.37, down 42 points. I think that's it's dropped back the last 2 days on the soft U.S. data. So we've had a rough start to the week. I do have a downside risk potentially at 93.50. Okay, but when I look at the dollar chart on a weekly basis, we are in the lower half of its trading range. So from current levels, I do believe there's more upside potential than downside potential in the U.S. dollar. So the upside, you want to look for 95.21. If we can penetrate 95.21, which was last week's high, I can get you up to about 96.20, another 100 points higher from last week's high. So that's something to keep an eye on. Again, the Feds, whether they're dovish or hawkish, if they're hawkish, I certainly think the U.S. dollar is only one way it can go, and that's to the upside. If they go dovish, how much of that dovishness is already priced into the market? If the dollar does slide off of a dovish stance on the Fed, I think it's going to be temporary. So keep that in mind. Looking at the euro is up 48 points right now at 113.24. The inverse of the U.S. dollar, I do believe that the euro is encountering some significant resistance at present levels. I think on the top side, maybe around 114 is a good area to become bearish if we can approach that level. Excuse me, but I certainly think there's much more downside potential in the euro than upside from present levels. Right now, it's up 48 points, clearly benefiting from the weak U.S. data. I'll hit on the yen real quick because that's been on a lot of people's mind. Right now we're flat, but we are well off the highs. If you look at the chart, it does look like we do have a near-term top in the yen. I could see some more downside in the yen as the week drags on, and we do have a lot of data coming out tonight from Japan. So that's something to keep an eye on as the market moves forward. So the yen and the dollar have been trading inversely to one another. I do believe that could continue here in the near term. I think there's more downside coming in the yen in the near term over the next couple of weeks, and more upside in the next couple of weeks in the dollar. So that's all I have for you today. Feel free to give me a call anytime, 800-669-5354. Futures and options on futures may involve substantial risk. It may not be suitable for all investors.
Futures and options on futures trading involve substantial risk, and it's not a suitable investment for all types of investors. Past results are not necessarily indicative of future results. When I use the word I in this video, it refers to what I teach in my charting course or what I offer in my twice daily oral and written update. Prices shown on charts and quote boards are in real time and take into account all known activity up to this point in time. And if you'd like to read more of this disclaimer, simply hit the pause key on your video player.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ira Epstein, as we're now just after 12:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time for your metals video on this Tuesday, the 26th, I almost said 16th, 26th of April, 2016, with the Hawks losing. I'm just, what can you say? But looking at the markets and the metals, not a bad day. Silver and gold still gaining, copper pulling back a little bit here. We should get rid of that May and move to the July. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And in the platinum market, pretty much unchanged. Now, keep in the back of your mind that the FOMC meeting began today, that's Federal Open Market Committee, and what's going on is the market's down there, and then the day after we have the Japanese yen with the Bank of Japan announcing what they're going to do. We're getting a little bit of a boost from the energy sector, and that crude oil is just acting superb in the sense that it pays no attention now to bearish news, but it responds very strongly to bullish news, a bit of a change in the psyche of the market. The weekly chart in gold is still looking good. You're up for the week, $13 at this point. You've still got an uptrend in place. You haven't come out of this broad trading range. Really, the high of March and the low, if you will, of that month have set the range, and the market's pretty much in April just stuck in that. And you haven't moved away in close-only basis. This an area chart just closes, and you're really stuck right in here. Now, the pattern is one clearly of a higher low and a lower high. So you're narrowing in like this, trying to figure out which way this market's going to break out. And the catalyst just might be what takes place between the U.S. announcement, which all the people are looking to see is, does the Fed give them an inkling in the announcement on Wednesday when interest rates might go up, the wording. No one's expecting the Fed to do anything at this meeting, but the Bank of Japan, well, now the question is, do they pull the trigger now, or are they going to push it off to the summer? But they're talking of several things, such as expanding the balance sheet even further. And there's just been a lot of chatter, if you're reading the different news wires around the country and the finance, as to how the pension plans there continue to buy stocks and not the bonds. So very interesting what's going on. In the gold, if you go to the swing line chart, you've got a pattern of a higher high and a lower low. That is not a trend. The market is stuck trading against the 18-day average of closes right now. You were hitting it here. You got away from it for 2 days and then right back into that pattern. So basically out of the past, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about nearly 2 weeks. You got away only 2 days without hitting that 18-day average of closes, and you're right back to hitting it. And as you can see, the question is, do you make a run for the upper Bollinger Band or the lower one? That's how I'm viewing the market, and I wish I could tell you. There's no real edge here one way or the other. Momentum on the chart is going absolutely flat. You're just sitting here with 49 and a 41 reading. They're not pointing up or down. I guess you can say a bit of a drift to the downside, but nothing you could write home about. And you've got the same story in the gold ETF, the large one, GLD. It's just drifting around void of a trend. They both have upside bias. The gold-silver ratio is playing a game between 81.44 and 72.59 right now. I'm 72.55 to 56. We'll see what it does right here. The silver market, as you can see, backing off a little bit at first and then coming back up about 8.5 cents. But it's lost its embedded reading. And I think if you got under 1686.5, the pizzazz in this market would instantly fall, and you'd be back here into this lower $16.5, $16 range. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm noticing that some of the banks are coming out now calling that it's going to go up here to the $20 area. Interesting, because I think there are more people jumping on the bullish bandwagon of this market. SLV has been a better trade than the futures. It has had a consistent pattern of higher lows, higher highs, and it's kept its embedded reading. The warning sign on this market would be if you get under 1610, and it has to be accompanied by a loss in the embedded reading. If you just take out 1610 and you stay embedded, this is what rules the day now, that embedded reading. In the copper market, you backed off enough where you're not going to embed. You're just plain overbought here against the upper threshold of this market at the 229.40 level, let's call it. Supports back down at the 218 level at the 18-day average of closes, but you're overbought in an uptrend with upside bias. The platinum market is also in an uptrend, higher lows, higher highs, but it's correcting an overbought condition. And should it get under this 1003 level, that's 10 even 0.03, I would look for a challenge of the 988 level. What I'm also looking for is to see how this 18-day average starts marching up to the last swing line low, but I don't see anything that's definitive there. The palladium market with the lower close today is going to have lower highs and lower lows, and it's trying to develop an embedded bullish condition. The metal markets are, throw your hand up in the air. They're a little bit difficult here, but the gold does have the bullish bias going for it, and that seems to be carrying the day more than anything else. I want to remind you about our guide to technical indicators. If you don't have it, there are two versions of this. We provide you with both if you give us a call. And what they are is volumes 1 and 2. Now, they're put out by the old Futures magazine, which is now called Modern Day Trader. And Modern Trader, actually. And what you'll find is that this gives you 23 pages approximately in each of the handouts in color, showing you everything from the type of charts, different way it's used, trend lines, different concepts and moving averages, the oscillators, MACD, slow stochastics, and the like. Either call us, go to our website, sign up for the Futures Trading Kit, or go right up here, click that on Sign up for it. All of our brochures are in our futures trading kit. I'm Ira Epstein. I'll talk to you later as we get to the agriculture videos. That is, by the way, becoming quite popular. And then with the end of the day financial. You have a good day.
Next question here from Jeb. Says, is Hedgeye still calling for a recession over the next 12 months? If so, could the U.S. equity market still hold up with help from the Fed?
No, you rewind the tape from the last 2 to 3 minutes of Neil and I and Darius talking. No, we don't believe that. I mean, if you believe that, actually yesterday's early look note was titled, or something along the lines, I forget even what I'm writing it. So I should be specific. That's just wrong. How could I be that numbskull?
Ask me to believe.
Ask me to believe. Ask me. Come up to me. You might see me at a Mite hockey practice. Last night I was there at Chelsea Piers. Might see me, I don't know, down on the beach in Punta Gorda. Come on over to Stanford. Ask me. Ask me. Do I believe, am I going to fundamentally believe that as the U.S. economy, with data corroborating it in real time, durable goods down 2.5%, please cue the chart. Do I believe that that is going to, again, create the next bull market in stocks? Anyway, I have been accused of being an idiot, but I am definitely not that moronic. I just don't. I give myself the benefit of the doubt. No.
Yeah, again, and also on slide 58 in the macro themes presentation, in the belief system portion of the deck, we show each time the U.S. economy has gone into recession in the last 3 cycles, the market always crashes, irrespective of how aggressive monetary easing is in each of those instances. So the point we're making is that at some point the data just takes over, and fear and volatility start to permeate throughout the system.
Just a great chart there you did, Darius. I mean, that in every institutional meeting, Neil, we eventually get to that. And it's kind of an interesting behavioral experiment, because you sit there with these, in many cases, seasoned veterans, in some cases, rookies. They're just like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right, the market did go down 50% then.
Yeah, that time called 2007 to 2009. Oh, but my other boss told me that was a once-in-a-lifetime event. But then there was that 1999 to 2001 thing. Yeah.
Why do people not remember these? Is it just age, or it seems like there's these huge hiccups on the chart. You can't ignore them.
We're genetically programmed to forget pain. It's the only way we continue to forge into the future, by doing that.
Right here was you asked about a TR pattern. There's your TR pattern. Let me right here. TR patterns all drawn out. And right here was your sell, about 114.40. The market structure turned bearish, came back, retested. This is a little double cross pattern. It retested the PFI. The PFI was down, structure's bearish, and then you had what we call a double cross here, one here, one here, one here. So those are some classic examples of the techniques that we teach in this educational session. And as we said, this reaction point was designed to help you apply those techniques. PFI, price flow indicator. That's based off price action. Remember, the color of the bars is based off market structure. The red line is based off price action. Okay, so that kind of shows you what's going on there. Let's go. All right, the British pound, if you guys were with me before, the last couple of sessions, we talked about being short the British pound. First of all, you had this line divergence that did trigger in a move down here. And this inside bar occurred. I was looking for the market to take out that low and continue. I actually had a target down here. And this kind of, once again, goes back and reconfirms to me the strength of these lower pair line, the support. Look how that support held, and the market actually did not go down. So that's one. Let me go back here. I'm going to step it back. There, I was looking for, and the market did not go down. It made a little low inside this reaction zone, went up, made a high close inside this reaction zone. So now we're looking to maybe get that continuation to the downside. I still look for this market to come on down because of this market. There's price action up here. We went up, made a high, and we know that if the market moves higher into this reaction zone, we look for it to turn lower. That's exactly what's happening here on this British pound. So we'll still look for this to come on down. And we look at another currency here. The yen. Look how the yen completed still. And remember, this is kind of a wide reaction zone. That's because the B count and the A count are so close. So that's a cluster. When you get a cluster like that, that makes the reversal more powerful. So here what we did is the structure was bullish. It went right up in here. This line we put there, that was our price target. That's a reaction line target objective. The market came up. It hit the median line, the sloping line, right inside a projected reaction zone. So right there, everything came together. So that was where the time came to exit your long position. And at this point, standing aside, because the market structure is still bullish. Now, your PFI is way down here. And you guys know what that means. That means the market's out of balance. And you guys say, what does out of balance mean? Well, look, we'll go back here. Look at the PFIs right here, and the price is up here. PFIs here, and the price is up here. So what happens whenever this happens? The market's out of balance. It's going to come back towards this PFI. It's going to come back towards that, come back. It's got to get back in balance. So either the market's going to stall up here while the PFI catches up, or the market's going to correct and come back to it. Well, that's the same situation here, and now it's starting to stall. So it's out of balance a little bit, and therefore you're going to come back and correct. But everything came together right here, and the market is starting to pull back, just as expected. So you knew that was going to happen, and there it is. It's unfolding for you right now. So I'll look for this market to be in a little bit of a correction phase. We'll see if a new pattern sets up. Here we are, the Australian dollar. I've been talking about that because it's setting up a potential TR pattern right here. You had your swing pattern failure right here as the market went up and failed. Where it fell, right in exactly the middle of this reaction zone. So that was the projected reversal area. It did exactly what we thought. The market came down, and typically, I had this as kind of a target objective. It did not quite reach that before turning back up and make this correction. So look at where we are. Right here, we're just going to add this one more thing. So it hit the 60% retracement. So this is your selling area. This is your selling area. TJ, yes, it does. Yeah, I have people that have used that market replay to go back. So you can do that. This is your area right here. So this is kicking in a sell, right? And of course, if you want, once again, this is a great place to drop back and look at your intraday to see if you're getting some kind of a sell pattern. And look what we got right here. A failure. This is actually what I call my 4 to 7 trade. I haven't talked about the 4 to 7 trade a little lately, but that qualifies a 4 to 7 trade where you have a sideways channel early in the morning, and then between 4 and 7 o'clock, the market will break up and fail, and then we always go in the direction of the failure. That's put it down here. So intraday, you had a nice sell in there. So we'll look for that to turn out. It's still up here right now. So it has to be to confirm the pattern here on a daily. You want to see it trade below here. So that's what we watch for. The Canadian dollar. I was looking for a failure here. We did get a little bit of trade off the failure here as the market failed, came down to this area, found some support. but the PFI held it. So you have a double cross, nice double cross pattern here, a bullish double cross here. PFI remained bullish, structure remained bullish, and there we go, the trend continues. So that's just a great example of how the trend will continue. You want to go with the trend until you get a confirmation that has changed. And therefore, we were looking for a possible confirmation, but the overall trend remains intact, and that's sometimes that trend is hard to change. And here we are moving to new highs on this. And it looks like that should move up. Well, here's 6 bars. That puts you up into the 19th again, just like some others we looked at. Okay, now the crude oil. Sometimes you have to be quick to change your opinion based on the market structure. Because before, I was looking for this market to move lower. Okay, you got a TR pattern. And although the TR pattern was in the middle of the trend, basically the most TR patterns work better if you're at new highs or new lows. But also you can get a nice TR pattern after you've made a 60% retracement after a significant price move. Well, I didn't quite get that, but we had a TR, and look how the market came down. But I guess the market was already telling us that. Look, we had a sell right here. But the blue bars were warning. And what do I usually say about the blue or red bars like here that says, don't buy here, wait for the market to correct, and then buy. So in that case, you would have bought here. And that's basically what it's saying. It says you don't want to buy here. This is a don't sell. I mean, don't buy here. This one says don't sell until you get a 2 to 3, at least a 1 to 2 bar correction. Well, you never got that. And then all of a sudden the market rallied like this, and the structure turned bullish. And as soon as it took out this area, that turned everything. So now what do we know about this? Let's look at the long term. Well, first of all, you have your action. Then you have your zigzag, or your A, B, C continuation pattern. We know that this pattern there typically means the center of the price move, the longer play. So if we're really looking at this overall, longer term, that suggests the market could move up to this area, and you've got a long time for it to head higher. It should head higher. Typical market action, though, what we'll most likely see is, of course, the market's pulling up here, and that's one of the 5 trading principles we teach, that this market will reach this median line about 80% of the time. So you're going to move up into this time. You'll probably test that median line, and then typically you'll get your correction back. And that will be another buying opportunity, because that will be moving out a little TR pattern after the ABC, and then we'll look for it to move up. So that's kind of the longer term projections I'm looking at the crude oil. So first of all, I want to go up and I want to see it meet this median line, and then do your 2 to 3 day correction. So, because this does suggest that the market has turned bullish longer term. Let's just even go into a weekly. If you go to weekly, let's take a look. Look at the weekly. That is a nice, because you look here, what do we have? That's a beautiful TR pattern. And okay, I'll go to the forward here, quite here. What we have to do is right here, this low would be the low close. Now, it's not confirmed yet because we have to have a weekly close up here. It looks like we're going to get it. And if that's the case, then you have a nice TR pattern, and it's great because, look, you've already taken out this pivot high. That suggests a change in structure. You had your red bars. You've already got your pullback here. So it's okay to step in and start buying this. So there is a strong evidence that suggests that we're going to have higher prices on the crude oil. So that's one thing to keep watching for. We will continue to watch that. Just more evidence of this. This is the heating oil. Once again, same thing happened here. Now we have to look at here. It has reached this line here. So it's already reached. It's taken out this area. So if you get a 2 to 3 day pullback, we're going to have a buying opportunity this. And you have your action. And now we're looking for a reaction here. Now, RBOB gasoline, now it had a failure like right here. It went through, you can see how it went through the whole thing right here. You know, it went here, you had your patterns, and then there was your failure here. So that completed the cycle. The upside failure came down and made this low. The low close was right inside of the A reaction zone. So it made a high in the B zone, the low here, took that. Now this market's headed back up. So it took out this low. It'll probably come up and take out this high, and then we'll get a little correction. So I have to wait for a pullback, wait for a pattern on this one too. So right now, like I said, I was bearish, but then I have to change that. As soon as the market structure tells me differently, I have to change that. So I was looking for that to come down quite a ways, but it certainly changed very quickly. Now I'm looking at the natural gas, and I am, just like the signal pattern up in the left, I'm neutral also. It's just, it could go either way. So I don't have, you can see that we had possible, you know, it looked like it may go somewhere, but it never really went. You had this swing pattern, you had this swing pattern, and it failed to take out this high. So it's never really triggered anything here now. So it's more of a sideways. I have to wait for something to happen. So I do not have any kind of opinion there. Okay, the gold. As I mentioned before, I really wasn't doing anything with gold, but my overall bias was still bullish simply because of this structure, the way it had this lined up, the market gone through. And I think I've talked about this little pattern right here at this the center line. That was kind of the center of it. And the markets have been struggling. I was thinking you may get a little ABC here pattern. This is not a true swing pattern, or you could have a TR heading up. But it looks to me like this market's getting ready to resume. The PFI is turning bullish. The structure's turning bullish. So I did add this extra little pitchfork. So I think this market is in an upward trend, and I'm getting more and more bullish. Especially, I like this little inside bar right here. That kind of gives me an area to step in and start buying here. That was on Monday here. So I'm actually looking, I'm on the long side here, and I think this market can continue on up. You may want to drop down into some intraday patterns here if you're looking to get in, and maybe give you a little more precise point, because right here, the 15-minute chart looks a little bit negative right now. So you could drift a little bit lower. So if you're looking to get in, maybe hold off and wait for an intraday pattern here. Same as silver. Now I admit I missed this one. I mean, we had this big bar down, and then you had an inside bar. So now, sometimes it's not as obvious, but you go back and look at it now and you say, oh, at least I do. There's your pattern, drop down inside bar. There's your swing pattern failure right here. This is when I should have known it was turning back up, because your breakout bar, inside bar, and then it took out the high and pushed up. So I missed that one. Right now, you look back, it's obvious. It should have been there. And this market's moving on up. And let's see here. Have we taken a look at that? See, you did make a new high. It should come up to this median line here before you hit any kind of resistance. So I do look for another 10 to 15 cents up on this thing. Okay, on the metals, first one, look at copper. Look how copper fulfilled. It came right down, it crossed here, and then it accelerated the downside. So typically the target line would have been right here, but because you had this close, this close, this close lower than that, you were able to lower that and anchor it on the lower line. So that extended that target objective right here. This line gave it support inside the reaction zone, and the market reacted as expected. That was the low inside bar, turned back up. So we're going to come up, and it's going to test this. It should test this median line, and then we'll see what happens at that point. The structure's still bearish. Actually, look, you can turn it neutral. The signal pattern is neutral. There's no signal pattern. The structure's bearish. But once again, this market was out of balance. So there, the price was right here, the PFI is right here. So now it's correcting. See, just like here, market corrects. Every time it gets too far out of line, right here, the market corrects. Right here, market corrects. So that's another thing. You're out of balance, and you're seeing this market came up. The white line is, this is a sloping reaction line. That's how you project your target, your price target. The gray areas is a time target. Somebody asked me what the white line was, see? And this line right here is your price target. So that's the ideal, is when those two come together. That is time and price matching up. So that's your reaction line target to project the price. Soybeans, moving into the grains. Okay, based off the TR, I'm going to go way back here. This way back here. There was your TR pattern. This was a nice TR pattern because look, this right here, swing pattern, actually occurred above this area here, found support right on this median line. There was your bear trail day, bear bullish here, and markets moved on up. It surged from here. And now you've gone through this upper, you can see I've extended this. I'm looking for this market to continue higher for 3 bars from now. So that puts you Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This will be, the project reaction day is on a Thursday. So we're looking for this to move up. That'll be a great one. We can talk about on Thursday and see how this worked out. But you had a nice move up. Also, you look at what we have here. Beautiful double cross pattern right here. Now this market double cross, there was, and then not only a double cross, but look at this inside bar. Here's the inside bar. You took out the low and then took out the high. So just right there was a buy signal bullish. So the structure was bullish, PFI's bullish, bullish double cross, and then a bullish signal on your inside bar. So there are a lot of things for this market to push higher. Okay, I don't need that line there because it's already, he reads that. So we'll see if this market can drift higher into here, and that will complete the cycle. So, and if you're looking at target prices, you've already probably reached the target. So if you go like this, okay, so based on that, you can go a little higher if you go in here. So there's your target line. So this market can drift a little bit higher and see if it hits that reaction line target. And if you go, well, look at this, the soy meal. I talked about the soy meal, and at that point, I really didn't have anything, but you can see that that came down and it roared from there. So I missed that one. The market is moving right up inside this reaction zone, should come up and maybe test this line. So looking for it up to around about 288 to 290. So right now it's right around 24, about another $3 to $4 for this market to move up. TJ, inside bars can be very important. It depends on where they are in the trend. And okay, so because we look at inside bars, they can be a great indication. Like this pullback, the inside bar will usually tell you that the correction is over with. Look at this, inside bar, market moves up. Inside bar, market moves up. Right here, inside bar, this is at a swing pattern failure. So we look at them inside swing pattern failures and we look for them inside trends. And we use them differently based on that. That is something that we teach in this educational series that's coming up. An inside bar basically is a rest area. Sometimes I've told it's just basically where the bulls and bears are undecided, or it's resting, they're waiting for something to happen in the market, and then you can see that it's going to happen here. There's an inside bar, took out the low, took out the high, buy signal there. So on the bean oil remains bullish. It hit the target right up here. If you remember, there's right here, and it came down. Median line, PFI right here, so that's very important. Market structure is bullish. You move it into a reaction zone. So I look for this market to continue higher. You have to. The structure is bullish. It's finding support. So what we have to do is see if this support holds, then that will give us an indication of we have a brand new price advance off of this line here. Brand new price advance here. Yeah, see way back here, that puts you up here. See how it came right up in here? It did that before. I just wanted to show you. See how it came up, hit this area, came down, where to find support. Formed a bullish reaction swing, moved higher, came up here, and of course that's the reaction swing we're using now. So, and you can see on starting to turn bullish. This is a time you can start dropping into an intraday. Once again, I'm just using a 15-minute. Starting to form a little bullish pattern. Let's drop down into a 5-minute just for the fun of it. This consolidation, that to me, that's an energy pattern. This market's starting to build energy for a move higher. So that tells you there's a high probability that this is going to, yes, the white price, those lines get drawn automatically. No, wait a minute. The white price bar, TJ, which I'm not quite sure. Are you talking about the sloping line for the price objective? The reaction line? Those are not drawn automatically. You learn how to draw those. That's one thing we teach you how to do it. Because like I said, this will help you implement anything, but it does not trade it automatically for you. And the reason we do that is I'm a big believer that the trader has to be part of the decision process. You understand the methodology, and then reaction point helps you apply it. It does a lot of the work for you, but you still have to make the decisions. Here we are in the corn, and the corn is a lot like the silver that we looked at. Look what happened here. All right, we dropped down, made a new low, and this was not quite an inside bar. It actually took out the low and come up. So I have your failure, and it came up, and the market now is starting to turn bullish. So this basically, this bar is kind of in control. This is the low, and looks like we are trying to turn bullish on this market right now. I do not have a signal on it. I will wait to see if we do get some kind of a pattern here. You can see that we're neutral on our signal patterns. That says let's wait for something a little more positive. The thing is we always talk about is wait for the patterns. The patterns will come, and don't force them. Sometimes people have a tendency to guess and say, oh, it's going to form. I want to get in early. And I found that, you know, sometimes I would rather wait for a strong confirmation, and I'll get a little less of a fill, not quite as good as a fill. But if you have a stronger confirmation, then you're better off overall because you get into the better trades. Wheat market, failure. Failed right inside this reaction zone. You're sideways to lower, moving down into this reaction zone.
Okay.
What's up, guys? For Complex News, I'm Emily Oberg. When Beyonce dropped her latest album, Lemonade, on Saturday night, a lot of people were drawing connections between the lyrics and concluded that Jay-Z had cheated on her, as the songs went into detail about how she dealt with betrayal. On one of the tracks titled Sorry, Beyonce calls attention to Hofe's alleged side chick, calling her Becky with the good hair. Shortly after this, fashion designer Rachel Roy posted a photo to Instagram where she basically outed herself as the very Becky from the song. Roy captioned the image, "Good hair, don't care, but we will take good lighting for selfies or self-truths, always. Live in the light, hashtag no drama queens." Naturally, her post and choice of words led everyone to believe that she was the woman referenced in the song. Because why else would someone who has been rumored to be Jay-Z's mistress post a photo right after the album came out, taking the exact words of the song and post it to social media? Some things add up just a little too well to be considered a coincidence. Anyway, it didn't take long for the Bay Hive to go after Roy, posting harsh comments and threats to her Instagram, criticizing her for being the other woman in Beyonce's once perfect marriage. After the cyberbullying got to be too much, Roy made her Instagram account private and posted this statement to Twitter: "I respect love, marriages, families, and strength. What shouldn't be tolerated by anyone, no matter what, is bullying of any kind." Now, Roy is outright denying all claims that she is Becky, telling people, "I want to put the speculation and rumors to rest. My Instagram post was meant to be fun and lighthearted. It was misunderstood as something other than that. There was no validity to the idea that the song references me personally. There was no truth to the rumors." The statement came after the Bay Hive began to go after Roy's children on social media, leaving plenty of hateful messages. "I would hope that the media sees the real issue here," she added, "the issue of cyberbullying and how it should not be tolerated by anyone." If you remember back in May of 2014, following the whole Jay-Z Solange elevator incident, it was rumored that Rachel Roy was the cause of the attack and that Solange had gotten upset over her and Jay-Z allegedly flirting at the gala's after party. Interestingly enough, Rachel Roy is also the ex-wife of Jay-Z's former business partner, Dame Dash. This entire story is pretty murky, as it's all based on allegations from anonymous sources. And although Rachel Roy offered up her excuse for the Instagram post, it still doesn't explain why she chose to caption it the way she did. Whatever the case may be, there's definitely something going on between Beyonce and Jay-Z's marriage. Too bad we'll probably never know exactly what happened. Or maybe we will. Until then, you can listen to Beyonce tear Jay-Z to shreds and put their relationship on blast on Lemonade. For the rest of your music news, subscribe to Complex on YouTube today.
It's like a reality show. Like a soap opera. Oh gosh. So that's who Rachel Roy is. I was wondering who this is. Rachel Roy. Okay, now I know who that is.
Hi there, and welcome to the FOMC rate decision preview for the April meeting. Large consensus among analysts that the Fed are to leave rates unchanged. Also reiterated in CME FedWatch, whereby they're pricing in a 0% chance of a hike at tomorrow's meeting. Therefore, full focus will be on the statement itself, given that there is no press conference from Fed Chair Yellen or accompanying projections. Now, in terms of what Fed Chair Yellen stated at the last meeting, saying that global forecast decline is impacting on US outlook, and also that remaining cautious and gradual in their approach will allow the Fed to ensure that the pickup in the labour market is sustainable. In terms of what we've seen in markets of late, S&P 500 rallying to year-to-date highs. Also seen that uptick in oil markets following the Doha meeting. Currently, WTI crude futures residing around the $43 barrel level. Now, in terms of analyst commentary and what they've thought about, looking back towards the December meeting where they very much prepped the markets for a rate hike, they're thinking that given that June is in focus and could see an additional rate hike from the Fed, then the Fed could look to prep the market at this upcoming meeting. So looking out for any commentary surrounding that area. Therefore, in terms of a market reaction, if the Fed do look to interpret things and put June in focus, alongside removal of such words as accommodative or cautious, could be interpreted very much on the hawkish side. Therefore, dollying rallying across the board and yields steepening across the curve. Thanks very much for watching. Hope you have a good evening.
Today is election day. It's Tuesday tonight, both on the Republican and Democratic side. There's, I believe, 5 states for both parties. I know there are for the Democrats that are, the big one is Pennsylvania, of course. Delaware, I believe, is the only open primary. So these are all going to be closed primaries, which is going to shall we say, somewhat reduce the number of people who can vote. You have to be a party member. On the other hand, parties for a long, long time have had not only the right but the obligation, I suppose, to protect their integrity as a party. Over the years, I've talked about actually supporting closed primaries. I'm reconsidering that seriously right now. I think there's a middle ground, and that is you have a closed primary, but you can register that you're up to your party literally on the day of the primary. So it's really not a closed primary, right? But you do have to say, okay, this is now my affiliation. But all of that aside, I wanted to get into what could be a good party platform for the Democratic Party, or for that matter, for the Republican Party. And I thought looking at some previous party platforms might be interesting. One of the most anomalous, I think, is the party platform, the Democratic Party platform of 1992. This is the platform on which Bill Clinton ran for president. And it uses the word revolution over and over again, which I find fascinating. I mean, Senator Sanders is calling for a political revolution, and so was the Democratic Party in 1992. Here are some of the phrases. Each one of these is the header, the lead sentence for an entire paragraph of content. Okay. The revolution of 1992 is about restoring America's economic greatness. The revolution of 1992 is about putting government back on the side of working men and women. The revolution of 1992 is about a radical change in the way government operates. The revolution of 1992 is about facing up to tough choices. Above all, the revolution of 1992 is about restoring the basic American values that built this country. To make this revolution, we seek a new covenant to repair the damaged bond between the American people and their government that will expand opportunity, insist on greater individual responsibility in return. That's what you call welfare reform, I suppose. Restore community and ensure national security in a profoundly new era. So it was, in 1992, they were really calling for, some sort of clear revolution. Okay, the details of the revolution were a little more fuzzy. But let me just share with you two other platforms. And in fact, I'll tell you what, whoever is the first person to call and correctly identify these two party platforms will get a copy of my most recent book. Where did my book go here? I got this new book out. It came out about a month ago. It's called ADHD and the Edison Gene, a drug-free approach to managing the unique qualities of your child. And we've got publisher sent me a few free copies. And so whoever the first person is to call in and tell me who these, which party and what year these two party platforms come from, we'll send the book to you. Okay, so listen carefully. The first one. Okay, I'm just going to read to you parts of the platform and tell me